Good grammar and spelling are important, but if you want to write essays that inspire,
Okay, good morning, everyone. Please unmute. Let me hear those beautiful voices. Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Mike, Dr. Isom.
Thank you for that compliment.
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you, though.
Good morning.
All right, are you here? Morning, everyone, morning. Okay, so we have many persons with us today online. So on behalf of AGRE, the Association of Graduate Researchers in Education, I would like to welcome each and every one of you to AGRE's second biennial conference. This time, we're holding it virtually because of the context of the pandemic, and we give thanks for technology that allows us, no matter where in the world we are, we can meet to share. The theme purposefully chosen for this year's conference is reimagining research responsibilities, quality education, and the use of research during abnormal times. See, these abnormal times have called upon us to reimagine what quality education looks like. We know of the many challenges. We've seen some of the research. We've been in touch with newspapers, TV news, and so on. We've seen what's happening in terms of the challenges. As researchers, as educators, we've got to see how do we cope, right? How can we reconfigure? How can we reconceptualize the way education is delivered and still maintain quality? There are many questions that we ask, for example, in my own research, how can I build trust with participants I cannot see or I would not meet? Questions like that we want to answer. And so we find that there is need for us to be creative in the way research is being carried out. So I wouldn't go into much detail here, but we have a very, very good lineup of presenters. We have good quality entertainment. I hope you have your dancing shoes on, or at least if you cannot dance like me, you have your rocking shoes on and you can, shoulders go left and right. I want to welcome today our special guest that we have with us. We have two keynote speakers. Imagine this, two, not one, two keynote speakers, right? You will hear more about who they are at the appropriate times. I want to welcome them if they're already online. We also have a panel discussion by a group of people who have great ideas to share for us on how we can reimagine quality education in spite of this abnormal circumstances we are living in. We have representatives from the Ministry of Education with us. We have the director of the School of Education here with us. We have the Deputy Dean, Dr. Ruth, one of the AGRE advisors here with us, right? Deputy Dean of Faculty of Humanities and Education. And we have many specially invited guests today who are here to be part of what we are doing. We also want to say big up and welcome to the attendees and all of the AGRE members who are celebrating welcome, welcome, welcome. Now, I sincerely hope that you use the opportunity today online to network, right? You can ask people for their email addresses in the chat. And so that long after this conference, you've made some connections that you can use to promulgate and to propagate research, moving just beyond this space, but moving out into the global village that we all are a part of. So please use opportunities to network. I know you can't see people face to face so much, but at least you can engage in chatting in the text and meeting people. So I hope that you have a wonderful few hours, enriching mentally. There's food for the mind, so much to learn about how research can be conducted and is being conducted by researchers. And so at this time, I want to just also welcome anybody else who maybe I might have overlooked, because this is a virtual conference and many persons are free to sign in at any point in time that they wish to. So we have a discussion coming up that is entitled Sync or, so it's going to be exciting. So I want to welcome to the virtual podium shortly, Ms. Ruthann Edwards. She's an educator with 7 years of experience in teaching at the high school level. She holds an MA in teacher education and teacher development from the UWI Mona. She also has a BEd as well as a bachelor's degree and a teaching diploma in human ecology. Her pedigree clearly is very well set out here. As an educator, Ruthann believes that the way pre-service and in-service teachers think and teach will have serious implications for their impact in the 21st century classroom. Her research interests include teacher leadership, teacher education, and teacher development. She has been serving the Association of Graduate Researchers in Education, which we call AGRE, in the capacity of Vice President since 2020. And sharing the space with her to present their research on Sink or Swim, exploring the effects of research association in navigating the COVID-19 pandemic, is co-presenter and president of AGRE, Mr. Kerif Clark. He is employed to the National College for Educational Leadership, NCEL, in the capacity of program officer. He has been an educator for over 10 years with teaching experience in France and Jamaica. Mr. Clark is currently pursuing his doctoral studies in teacher education with a research emphasis on sustainable development and education for sustainable development. His academic qualifications include an MEd in curriculum development with distinction, a BEd in French education with first-class honors, and 2 diplomas, one in French, so maybe he'll do some French for us, who knows, and one in another foreign language, which is Spanish. Mr. Clark is a published researcher in the area of teacher education and supervision, and has been serving as AGRE president, and doing so, by the way, I must add here, in outstanding capacity since 2018. Ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together, our real hands, unmute the mic, want to hear the noise, and let's welcome Ms. Ruthann Edwards and Mr. Kerif Clark as they share with us their research on Sink or Swim, exploring the efforts of the AGRE Association navigating the COVID pandemic. Welcome, Mr. Clark, and welcome, Ms. Edwards.
Very pleasant morning, colleagues. Thank you very much, Mr. Ison.
Good morning, everyone.
Okay, so I think we should be good. All right, so the first presentation for this morning will be done by myself and Ruthann Edwards. And this presentation, this study is entitled Sink or Swim, Exploring the Efforts of a Research Association in Navigating the COVID-19 Pandemic. The overview of the presentation will be that first we will be looking at the background of the study, then we share with you a bit in terms of literature that we have reviewed, the methods that we have used to garner data, the findings of this research study, and then we will share with you some of our conclusions so far. When we decided to come up with the topic, we thought about the association and what it has been through. The association was established in 2006, and then it was dormant for a while. And we thought about what the association might have gone through during that period. And so on your screen, if you were to look to the image on your left, you will see two stones. If you were to throw those two stones in water, clearly they will sink. However, if you were to look at the bottle on the right of your screen, typically one would say that there is a message to be conveyed in this bottle, or there's something important that can traverse years or that can traverse generations, and that will ultimately be found and will have an impact on the individual who retrieves this. And so we thought of entitling the paper as such because of what the association has been through and what we think will happen through the efforts of the association. And so, as I said, the association started in 2006, but then it became dormant for a while. The association is formally known as the Association of Graduate Researchers in Education, and we operate from the School of Education at the University of the West Indies, Mona. The association re-emerged or was revitalized under the leadership of Dr. Carmel Roof in 2016. When we look at research, there are a number of things that we have to take into consideration. And Creswell is one of those individuals to whom we seek guidance in terms of understanding research and what it is. And so Creswell acknowledges first and foremost that not all educators appreciate and understand research. However, he argued that research adds to our knowledge as individuals, and it improves our practice as well as policies and policy debates. And so when we look at the mission of AGRE, we are looking at an association that is supposed to be creating platforms to discuss and address issues and concerns related to education, not just in the local context, but in the regional and international context. And so the conference, for example, is one of those avenues through which we're trying to meet that mission. We also look at promoting professional development of our members through seminars, research conferences, and mentorship. We look at networking with key stakeholders in addressing issues of practice as it relates to education. And we partner with the School of Education in terms of collaborating with faculty members to conduct and to utilize research knowledge, research skills, and to improve what we do as researchers. And ultimately, it is our mission to ensure that our members are developed in terms of their capacity to use research, to consume research, and to engage in rigorous research practices. According to Ferguson and Gordon, 2019, we are seeing that it is imperative, or these researchers have deemed it imperative, to develop research competence within the context of higher education as a means of enhancing the capacity of individuals, not just academics, but also practitioners. And again, the association was initially established to meet the needs of graduate level educators and students from the School of Education. However, of course, in 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic hit, and the association, like many other organizations, was impacted. And we were restricted by our face-to-face engagements that we would normally have. And so that is a reason as to, or one of the reasons as to why we decided to look at this study as well. However, AGRE was able to transition online to provide professional development to our members, and we try to increase our presence on social media as well as our initiatives. And so the purpose of this qualitative exploration was to understand how members of the association perceive our efforts as it relates to their respective journeys as researchers. And we thought this study would have been important or significant, as it would provide us with some insights as to how our efforts are perceived, but more so to provide a blueprint for future executive bodies to conduct research, because we firmly believe in leading by example. And so the research study was guided by two questions. Question one, in what ways or way has the association evolved in its thrust to promote research? And question two, how do AGRE members describe the efforts in fulfilling its mandate? And I hand over to Ruthann.
Okay, colleagues. So for our literature review, we of course started out with a theoretical framework where you're seeing at the core, we have research, and our outer bands, of course, represent what exactly would have been taking place within the context of AGRE. There is professional development and initiatives that have been taking place, as well as capacity building, empowerment, as well as a sense of community. There is also the fact that our aim was to have improved research outputs, and you're going to be seeing as we go forward what exactly we're making reference to. According to Cresswell, research is a process of course, steps that are used to collect as well as to analyze information and to increase our understanding of a topic or issue. Cresswell also spoke to the fact that research is about posing questions, collecting data to answer these same questions, and to present an answer to the question. We looked at Sato 2020, who made mention of the fact that we are now entering in a new age as it relates to educational reform, where social and educational challenges are definitely evident and even more serious. And where there is a means to resolve them, we are hoping for some sort of change. We broke down our literature review to focus on specific points, one of which was the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, where we're seeing that the number of deaths in Jamaica was 3, and the confirmed cases showed a number of 63. Making a comparison, we're seeing where in 2021, November 22, that is, we're seeing where the confirmed cases have skyrocketed. We are now seeing 90,855. We looked at the professional development component, and this is where we looked at literature in relation to Linda et al. 2019, who advanced that PDs, these professional development sessions, they have impacts on teacher development as well as student learning. Now, these two areas, of course, continue to be a challenge as it relates to PD research, but under the right conditions, it is assumed that through contemporary approaches, research practice partnerships will be helping this. The professional development should be developed with teachers at the center of it. We saw that point coming to us from Bernhardt 2015, and we also looked at Rajbashin et al. 2020, who looked at professional development as it relates to the fact that it helps teachers to reflect on their teaching practice and acquire new knowledge. Social media, this was a crucial point for our study, and we found that social media strategies actually increase as it relates to brand marketing. It increases traffic to whatever it is that is being advertised via that medium. In academia, social media represents a completely new means of communication. And we saw that point coming to us from Mersova, Hershka, and Kuka 2020. Developing relationships within communities. That particular point came to us from Clemens Nolan and 2016, who spoke about the fact that within the social media context, it helps to combat isolation that is likely to happen because of the COVID-19 pandemic.
And so we go to the methods by which we conducted this study. So as was indicated previously, the research took a qualitative design, and we selected 4 AGRE members to be our participants, and they were purposefully selected, again, in keeping with a qualitative study. We had 3 females and 1 male being our participants. Informed consent was sought from the participants, and it was done through verbal confirmation. So after having reached out via phone, the participants decided that they were willing to participate in the study, and they gave their approval as well. We collected data through 3 means primarily. 1, we had semi-structured Zoom interviews. We did document reviews looking at the operational plan for the association for the period of 2020-2021, and we reviewed 4 quarterly newsletters. And then we also looked at the social media pages of the association. The last thing that would fall under our methods or methodology would be member checking. So after having conducted the interviews and transcribing the interviews, we did send the transcripts to our participants so as to verify or confirm if everything was as expressed by them throughout the interviews.
As it relates to our findings, for research question 1, which looked at the ways in which AGRE has evolved in its thrust to promote research, we saw that from the data collected, it was evident that, professional development as an effort that was put out by AGRE, we had 1 PD per quarter. As it relates to our initiatives, there was the Motivation Monday as well as the Commendation Tuesday. Those 2 saw a lot of traffic coming in. The newsletters was another effort that was put forward by AGRE, and we tried our best to do 1 per quarter. As it relates to social media, we have social media pages for Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, and our website to be launched soon. Finally, in regards to collaboration, we had a seminar with the Center for Leadership and Diversity, the Ontario Institute for Studies in Education, OISE, from the University of Toronto. On screen, colleagues, you are seeing PD flyers. These are the flyers for the professional development sessions that would have been held over the last couple of months. You're also seeing at the moment Motivation Monday quotes. Now, these quotes actually came from members of the AGRE, and you're finding here where these individuals actually just made a quote, placed a stamp, put out their names to show evidence, of course, that they have indeed been doing research, and they're posting these quotes in a sense to spark some sort of motivation to carry out research. Now, on screen, you're also seeing insights from our Instagram page. Though this study is not a quantitative study, we could not negate from the fact that the data speaks for itself. We are seeing evidence here of a lot of traffic coming through for our Instagram page. As it relates to our total followers at the moment, we have 270. And of course, the account has reached a total of 811 persons.
As it relates to research question 2, How do AGRE members describe the efforts of AGRE in fulfilling its mandate? When we looked at the data coming from the interviews primarily, we analyzed the data and we came up with 3 broad themes. 1, getting to know the participants, and these of course would be AGRE members. Theme number 2, AGRE's journey, and theme number 3, opportunities for growth. And what we will share with you in a nutshell would be some of the experiences that would have been shared with us with our participants. When we look at the participants themselves in terms of getting to know them, who they are as researchers, who are they being members of the association, we had 4 participants as indicated, and these 4 participants have been assigned pseudonyms for confidentiality reasons. And so we had Anthony Lloyd, who is a principal or an administrator, but he's also a graduate student. We had Cheryl Ramsey, who is a teacher educator. We had Samantha Hill, who is a secondary level educator and a graduate student. And we had Melissa Morgan, who is an early childhood teacher. In the interview, one of the things that was recounted to us or shared with us by Anthony was that research is crucial to my role as an administrator, and these research at various levels provide much needed data and analysis, which is necessary when making decisions, and of course, when developing programs, interventions, and policy. Then we had an idea coming from Cheryl, who said that I feel like if research is not happening, I feel like I'm not doing things to inspire myself or to inspire action. And so we're seeing where our members, they are involved in research in their daily lives or in their work responsibilities. And so they view research as being important. When we look at the other theme, which is AGRE's journey, one of the things that stood out to us in terms of data was a comment made by Cheryl. And she said, we always had a challenge even with finding a physical space for meetings, because classes would be going on and mainly graduate classes in the evenings. And so space was a challenge. Since the pandemic, everyone or everybody has just risen to the occasion. And this came out from the interview with Cheryl as she was reflecting on what it was like or what AGRE was like before the pandemic. When we look at what Samantha had to say, having attended professional development sessions put on by the AGRE during the pandemic, she said, I don't know what it feels like to smoke, but I come out feeling high. After these sessions, you feel high, like I've just had a spliff or something, and I feel intellectually high. In continuing on AGRE's journey, we had Melissa, who looked at the Motivation Mondays and the Commendation Tuesdays. And she said, I believe it's a great gesture in commending persons who have done so well, and also persons motivating others. I can tell you for myself that the comments are great, especially when I got mine. You know, I felt so good. And then we also had Anthony sharing in on how he felt about the initiatives, the commendation, when he looked at the association during the pandemic, he said, so virtually, I think we can be very distracted, especially with what is going on around us, but not the association's fault. And in that interview with Anthony, he was suggesting that the pandemic has caused him as an administrator to be so involved in a number of online meetings, though he would have made attempts to join in the association's virtual engagements, but he had to be struggling with managing these responsibilities. The last theme that we looked at for the study looked at opportunities for growth. And based on what came out of the interviews, we were seeing that mentorship is an area where the participants believe that we could strengthen that area as an association. there was the idea of setting specific targets for publication. So the participants was saying that we have been doing professional development, and so one area that we could strengthen is the publication and to set specific targets. There was also the idea that we need to widen our reach to graduate level students and educators at that level, and to explore novel quantitative methodologies as it relates to research, and increase partnership with the local and international universities. Ruthann?
Our conclusion, AGRE has not sunk since its resurgence in 2016. Point 2, AGRE has implemented a number of initiatives and interventions that members appreciate and value. And finally, there are a number of opportunities for which AGRE may benefit. Colleagues, thank you for listening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clark and Ms. Edwards, for sharing the journey of AGRE during the pandemic. I found it fascinating, the connection to the spliff. I myself have never smoked one, but I found it instructive in the sense that she felt academically high, right? And today, when you leave here, we hope each of us will be on an academic high where research is concerned. We're enthused, motivated, wanting to go on to do more research in spite of the pandemic. At this time, we're on time. I want to keep it that way. I want to welcome to the virtual podium the Director of the School of Education, Dr. Marcia Rainford, to bring greetings on behalf of the school.
Thank you, Mr. Eisen. Good morning, everyone. I hope that you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Excellent. It is my pleasure on behalf of the School of Education to wish to offer the heartiest congratulations to the Association of Graduate Researchers in Education on hosting its second biennial research conference under the theme, Reimagining Research Responsibilities, Quality Education, and the Use of Research During Abnormal Times. The School of Education is very proud of the quality leadership, hard work, and dedication showed by members of AGRE. And the executive, which is led by President Clark, you just heard, and certainly commendations go out as well to the two faculty advisors, Dr. Carmel Ruth and Mr. Miguel Eisen, himself a graduate student in the school. We want to commend them for their continued support of AGRE. One of the mandates of AGRE is to collaborate with the school in conducting research which is relevant to issues and problems impacting the education system. And this year's conference is being held under very strenuous conditions, as the COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in restricting the number of persons permitted for face-to-face gatherings and will therefore be held online. You know, it is no secret that during this pandemic, the varied experiences of schooling and education of stakeholders worldwide have prompted a re-examination of what counts as quality education and have exposed in many respects the inequities in education systems, which have over the years have compromised the quality of education experienced by students of all ages. These inequities have been most acute in middle and lower income societies such as ours. Pandemic has caused us to reconsider the importance of the social outcomes of schooling, which have sometimes been downplayed in preference for academic outcomes. They've come to appreciate the limitations of technology for providing experiential learning in disciplines such as the sciences and the technical and vocational areas, and that the technological solutions needed for preschool and primary education are quite different from those for secondary and tertiary education. more people are now aware of the intricate relationships between teaching and learning. And some who may have thought that anyone can teach, they are now having second thoughts. The theme for the conference is therefore timely. It challenges us to think again about how research can facilitate advancing quality education in abnormal times, such as during this pandemic. And so the school supports and encourages collaborative research between students and staff. And we're proud to be associated with this conference, which allows us to spotlight the successes of such collaborations. It is my hope that not only will you have a successful conference, but that these presentations, which will give voice to all stakeholders who are involved in education, will be converted to academic publications for wider dissemination. And I wish you a very successful staging of the second biennial conference. All the very best to you, and God bless.
Thank you so much, Director, Dr. Marcia Rainford. And taking out of there, you know, the phrase, as you said, people may have thought anyone can teach. It brought me back to the movie Ratatouille and the phrase anyone can cook. So it's a little different for teaching. There's a lot more involved in teaching. I think parents got a taste as to what it was like to be a teacher when they were forced to be at home with their children. So thank you very much. And thank you, educators. Continue to float during the pandemic. At this time, I also want to invite to the virtual podium Mrs. Vivian Johnson. She's Director for Planning and Development at the Division of the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, to bring greetings for us on behalf of the ministry. Mrs. Johnson.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I greet you on behalf of the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information. I would also like to extend congratulations to the Association of Graduate Research in Education on your biennial conference under the theme Reimagining Research Responsibilities, Quality Education, and the Use of Research During Abnormal Times. May I also thank you for the invitation to bring greetings to today's conference. The Association of Graduate Research in Education and our ministry share a very important link in the field of education, and that is research. Over the years, the ministry has practiced and promoted the use of scientific research, as this is critical to policy development, monitoring and evaluation of programs, education planning, curriculum development, and assessment of teaching and learning. What we have found is that research informed practice, and this is critical to integrating the professional expertise of educators and administrators with the best evidence of researchers to make better decisions and to improve education. Your theme, Reimagine Research Responsibilities, Quality Education and the Use of Research During Abnormal Times, is quite apt, given that we are all grappling with new paradigms and modalities in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. This virus has swept the world, upending the personal and professional lives of millions of people, including students, educators, education researchers, among others. And they are facing unprecedented challenge, trying to ensure that high quality education and equitable teaching and learning continue under rapidly changing and unprecedented or unpredictable conditions. Contrary to United Nations study published early in 2020, this outbreak has created the largest disruption of education systems in history, affecting nearly 1.6 billion learners in more than 190 countries across all continents. The crisis is worsening or intensifying pre-existing education disparities by reducing the opportunities for many of our most vulnerable children, youth, and adults. Those living in the poor or rural areas, our boys, others like in some countries where you have the refugees, persons with disabilities, and forcibly displaced persons to continue their learning. Yet, despite all of these, the pandemic also provides immense opportunities for educational researchers like AGRE members and others to explore the various themes, issues that confront us, and through research activities to recommend solutions for decision-making, not only trying to provide for quality education in abnormal times like the COVID-19 virus and pandemic, but also to provide solutions for the future of education long after this pandemic has passed. The use of research technology was one of the many factors that enabled the ministry to navigate these challenges and to provide continuity of quality education and a social safety net for our most vulnerable population. In this regard, teachers, students, administrators, and policymakers are all charting new frontiers to cope with the present pandemic and to prepare for the immediate and medium-term future. The MOE, the ministry commends the association for using its platform to promote relevant, accurate, and evidence-based research practices that will significantly improve the education system at all levels. The ministry applauds your effort in organizing this very important and timely conference where educators, administrators, students, and other stakeholders can engage in meaningful discussion in charting the way forward through the use of research technology. We also look forward at the ministry to share in the research findings and the recommendations. And as you use this as a platform, we are also open to hear you making presentation to us in terms of these findings and these recommendations. I therefore wish you all a very successful conference. Thank you again and all the very best.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Vivian Johnson, for bringing greetings from the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information. At this time, we want to invite to the podium Dr. Carmel Roof, in her capacity as Deputy Dean of Graduate Studies and Research, Faculty of Humanities and Education. We invite her to bring greetings, Dr. Roof. And also, just to remind you, she's also the person who revitalized AGRE.
Mr. Moderator, our keynote speakers, our specially invited panelists, Ministry of Education representative, this is your second time with us and we so appreciate you. Our own director of the School of Education, conference chairs, conference attendees, greetings. And I can always count on Mr. Ice to put, some mellow into whatever we're doing. So thank you, Mr. Ice. I would really like to extend congratulations to AGRE for celebrating its 5th year of rebirth, its 5th year of revitalization. Additionally, congratulations to AGRE for having called this scholarly community together around the theme, reimagining research responsibilities, quality education, and the use of research during abnormal times. The theme of the conference, to some extent, assumes that if we are to offer quality education, we must reimagine our research responsibilities to discover new ways of offering quality education and to think about the abnormal times within which we exist. Furthermore, as I ponder the idea of quality education and think about the COVID-19 pandemic and the Jamaican students at all levels, from nursery to university, I think of the many educators at this time who are feeling a sense of helplessness as they see the increasing number of students who are unable to participate in formal education. I think about the teachers, parents, and students who are unable to participate because of the many growing sociocultural issues, and the teachers and parents who are frustrated because they have more questions than answers. Compounding the issues is the fact that answers to many questions are not forthcoming because educators are carrying out their roles during abnormal times and because the strategies of the past seem useless. It therefore means that research is needed now more than ever to help derive answers to the many questions and to derive solutions as we strive towards quality education for lifelong learning. AGRE has called us to search for answers, and this search requires the use of ways we perhaps considered useless prior to the pandemic. As we search for answers, each of us must question whether we are carrying out our research responsibilities. As we search for answers, let us also use research approaches and designs that help us to search ourselves. So each of us must question ourselves as to whether or not we're carrying out our research responsibilities. We must question ourselves and allow ourselves to wrestle with the hidden assumptions and biases we hold as we seek to provide and offer education in whatever way during this pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic has taught us as educators that we need new solutions to the new problems that are arising if we are to provide quality education. The theme of AGRE's conference beckons us as educators in an era of a pandemic to expand our thinking, to look beyond the traditional ways of knowing and doing research. The AGRE is a testament to the wonderful possibilities that emerge when we begin to reimagine. As the AGRE seeks to help past and present graduate students hone their research skills, the Faculty of Humanities and Education looks forward to the new possibilities that will emerge. We thank those who have submitted their papers to present and those who are moderating sessions. You are serving as models to other graduate students. This can only further strengthen positive graduate student experiences in the Faculty of Humanities and Education. I therefore encourage all conference attendees to be open to the learning. For those who have completed master's degrees within the Faculty of Humanities and Education or elsewhere, we hope that this learning will influence research activities in your institution and will propel you to return to the Faculty of Humanities and Education to complete your doctoral degrees. For those who are on their doctoral journeys, we hope that you will use your research to impact policy and practice in ways that are beyond your own imagination. Further, I encourage conference attendees to participate in the sessions in meaningful ways and be open to pursuing new avenues for research beyond the completion of a program. The Office of the Deputy Dean for Graduate Studies and Research in the Faculty of Humanities and Education therefore congratulates AGRE in leading this charge of reimagining research responsibilities. We wish for all members of AGRE and the conference attendees a very successful conference and new opportunities for learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Dean, Dr. Roof, and we're indeed grateful for bringing greetings. Now, here at AGRE, we believe that research and education must not just appeal to the intellect, but also to the emotions. So at this point in time, I'll ask Selector Kerry Clark to cue up a recording. It's a reggae song done by Dacia Wright. Dacia is a student at the University of Technology, specifically the Center for the Arts. So we're going to have a bit of entertainment, reggae style. Get your dancing shoes ready, or like me, your swaying shoulders ready to see rock a little bit. Enjoy.
Skanking, grooving, hallelujah, yeah. Skanking, grooving, help me, Jaja. Skanking, grooving, under pressure, yeah. Skanking, grooving, under the pressures of life, and it's tough. Now see it down, mama, time to get up. No bother with it on full style, strictly upward vibes. And pick it up when the bills and the rent and the mortgage due. When your best friends are gone and it's only you. Skanking sweet, everybody make we feel irate. Forget your troubles and rock with me. You know feel a reggae music sweet, yeah, yeah. Skanking sweet, everybody make we feel irate. Forget your troubles and rock with me. You know feel a reggae music sweet, yeah, yeah. For every pain there's a melody, yeah. For every trouble there's a harmony. Brings everything together. So make we sing together. And who's the life not hard? And every man's got his trouble. I'm begging you help me, Lord, to help me overcome this struggle. Skanking sweet, everybody wanna feel irate. Forget your troubles and rock with me. You know feel a reggae music sweet, yeah, yeah. Skanking sweet, everybody make we feel irate. Forget your troubles and rock with me. You know feel a reggae music sweet, yeah, yeah. Skanking sweet, we skanking till the morning, skanking till the morning, until the day when our troubles are gone. Hallelujah, we're grooving in a Jaja. We're grooving all our troubles away. Skanking sweet, everybody make we feel irate. Forget your troubles and rock with me. You know feel a reggae music sweet, yeah, yeah. Skanking sweet, everybody make we feel irate. Forget your troubles and rock with me. You know feel a reggae music sweet, yeah, yeah. Skanking sweet, everybody make we feel irate. Forget your troubles and rock with me. You know feel a reggae music sweet, yeah, yeah. Skanking sweet, everybody make we feel irate. Forget your troubles and rock with me. You know feel a reggae music sweet, yeah, yeah. Skanking sweet.
Yeah, thank you very much, Selector. Skanking sweet. Amen. So I hope you enjoyed that song. And by the way, this song was recorded just for AGRE, right? She performed it for AGRE. So it's not as if we just lifted the song up somewhere. We asked her and she said, sure, she will do it just because she wants you to relax and to rock somewhat. So at this time, we're about to have our first keynote speaker. And to do the introductions of that keynote speaker is Ms. Denise Lloyd, Secretary of the Association for Graduate Researchers in Education. Let us welcome Denise.
Pleasant morning, everyone. I hope we are ready for very informative session, and I know that it will be an enjoyable session as well. Okay, so I am here to welcome Dr. Dini Risiri Althiani, as she is a faculty member at the Macmillan Center for International and Area Studies and the director of Southeast Asia Language Studies at Yale University. Her research interests are in the areas of curriculum studies, curriculum history, free schools and alternative education, history of schooling, education and policies in Indonesia and in Southeast Asia. Dr. Althiani was awarded a Fulbright Scholarship at Arizona State University and currently serves as Vice President of American Association for the Advancement of Curriculum Studies. She works with curriculum studies scholars from the US, Jamaica, South Korea, Japan, and Portugal, sharing research and translation projects on the works of international curriculum theorists under the AAACS, Internationalization of Curriculum Studies Task Force. Dr. Althiani has been writing and translating excerpts of curriculum works written in late 1800s and early and the mid 1900s by Kai Hajar Dewantara, an Indonesian curriculum theorist. She also serves as a faculty advisor to the Yale Indonesia Forum, combining her research on curriculum history, oral history, technology, and art-based approaches. She is currently working on the sound storytelling project on Southeast Asia. Dr. Althiani has also been a dance instructor and choreographer and has performed internationally. Her recent theater and dance performances and choreography are on the documentary theater titled Islands, The Lost History of Treaty That Changed the World, and broadcasted by NPR, RRI, and featured by BBC Radio. I welcome Dr. Dini Risiri Althiani, and I hope later she could teach me some dance moves. Welcome, Dr. Dini.
Thank you, Denise. Oh, we don't have to wait for the dancing lesson to be at the end of the talk. I think I can certainly teach one in the beginning. Yeah, right? And I'm very happy to be here, grooving, grooving and attending and sharing and learning from all of you in this exciting and energetic Association of the Graduate Researchers in Education Conference. So far, so good. And I am here speaking from California during the holiday, and I am excited to be here in the space, very special space for me. And thank you, Dennis, for such a generous introductions. We'll have a chat about the dancing lesson. We could do some of the research work with the dancing as well. First of all, I would like to thank, of course, the AGRE, the association's executive team, for organizing the conference and inviting me to this special space of scholars, as well as the School of Education at the University of the West Indies, Mona. I want to thank specifically to Dr. Carmel Roof as coordinator and advisor of AGRE, also a dear colleague of mine in AAACS here, that we've been working for many years in internationalizations of curriculum studies task force. Also, I want to thank Mr. Miguel Aison for moderating, also as an AGRE advisor. Very pleased to meet you in this space. And Mr. Kerry Clark, the president of AGRE, and every other team and organizer of the conference. I see some of the familiar names and a little bit of the faces of the attendees. I met some of the students from the School of Educations of University of the West Indies at some of the curriculum studies conferences, one in Ireland, one in the US. So this is very special place to be invited in among the scholars. And I've been reading and I've been engaging some of the work in Jamaica, or Jamrock as we know it, right? Than the other name. And I'm very pleased to be here. And my presentation today anchor around the mission of AGRE to promote the development of education practitioners as passionate researcher. So not just as a researcher, but as a passionate researcher who will influence both policy and practice, as well as their relationship, as the policy relates to practice and the relationship changes over time. In reflecting upon the theme of the conference, reimagining research responsibilities, quality education, and the use of research during abnormal times, I wanted to share my own research that I conducted and wrote during the pandemic. As I struggled through the pandemics, also as one of the identity that I pursued to have, to conduct the research during the pandemic. So I conducted and wrote everything during the pandemics and published also during the pandemic. The published research can be found in the journal Prospect. Is under the title Curricular Responsiveness to the COVID-19 Crisis, the Case of Indonesia. If anyone would like to reference that or would like to read further about that, but I also will share some other related research reflecting upon the theme of the conference. So at the time, which is in the beginning of March, the beginning of the pandemic, I was interested in understanding specifically how the COVID-19 crisis affect education system, activities, policies, and practices in the Indonesia archipelago, and how the central government has responded to the COVID-19 crisis within the educational institutions. I was also interested in understanding what these institutions' curricular responses look like. Since one of my identity as a scholar is a curriculum specialist or curriculum scholars, curriculum studies scholars, I'm always interested in what the institution or non-institution curricular responses or curriculum looks like. We know the term about hidden curriculum or school curriculum or outside curriculum. So the curriculum that can work around the space. So whether it's on the text, whether it's seen, whether it's observable, but it's also something that is not observable or yet to be discovered. So that sense of the curriculum is very general, but it's also very specific to the very minute of practice and logic and rationales. Also, I was interested in learning some of the guiding curricular principles of schooling, teaching, and learning emerging and circulating during the COVID-19 crisis, and within the educational institutions' effort to revive educational life, possibilities, and continuance. So during the time of any crisis, we see some of the knowledge being transferred, being circulated, being produced, and being remade and remaking. Those are the points that I'm interested in. And I'm encouraging also all of the attendees to be very keen observants to what are circulating around us, whether it's institutional base, whether a non-institutionalized base that circulate around our own practice, our own knowing. How do we come to know about the practice? How do we come to know about the teaching? How do we come to know about the pedagogy? How do we understand the crisis itself as an educator? How do we understand the crisis as an individual who live in a certain space, who also occupy a different role as a parents, individual, teachers, policymakers, and so forth. So these are the questions that I was interested during that time. And these are the questions also that I've been pursuing, I've been always interested in understanding further. I did engage to some of the questions the conference has pondered as well, such as how to conduct rigorous research while observing the COVID-19 health and safety protocols and adhering to the ethical standard. I also engage to some of the other questions about how can we capture the voices and the experiences of educators and the learners, and I add, and the parents and the people that are non-actors of the schooling itself that is surrounding the community of the schools impacted by the COVID-19, and what effect the pandemic has on quality education, and how do we think of the quality education during the crisis, or how do we work through it? How do we envision in the new, right, in the new space, in the new context, in the crisis, before and post? So while I'm pondering as well the question that the conference also asked, and my own questions, I turn to pursue the research by utilizing the archival texts. So I've been doing many researches based on the archival text, but as well as many other methods of doing the research. But I want to speak specifically on the archival text because of the approachability, because also the accessibility, and because that we can also understand a different variety of texts that circulate around us. Archive exists and can be utilized and can be very powerful. That I learned as a researcher, I learned as a student, I learned as a learner, and I'm still fascinated by archive. An archive, I've seen it as a place. It's a place to learn, it's a place to interrogate, it's a place to problematize, is to ask questions, to observe, to understand, and thus is to conduct passionate research. Depending on what question and what kind of thought, what kind of thinking, depending on the context that we're in Jamaica and anywhere else, we should conduct the research that we care. So we have to start with the point of what do we care about the educational space? What do we care about the educational in general? What do we care about educational policy and practices? What do we care about the educations or the people or the matter around it? And I turn to the archive. Archives are organized and it can help in developing our research questions. We can read it, we can access it, and we can identify where the archive are located, whether it's in institutions that we are based in the university, whether in other institution or other personal space. Archive exists in varieties of texts and in multiple formats. This is one of the most powerful way of looking at archive because it's accessible. We can read it, we can approach the various format that is very familiar to us. If we're working in a policy and we are as a practitioners, documents, policy documents, letters, of course, books, and many others that are identified as our daily basis of interactions with text. It's something that we are familiar with, but it's also something else can be called archive. It can be in the form of written text, it can be in the form of audio, of course, and video, and many other digitized materials and non-material objects. It doesn't have to be the objects, something that tangible, something that we can see and work on it. It's also a non-material that we haven't have the name or include that matter. Archive preserve the records from what has been done before and also ongoing in the making. So there's multiple of different archives that are also still in the building, in the making, that can justify that the knowledge is still in the making, that the understanding is still ongoing. So the understanding the archive is always that a testimony in the past, it changes because we have the archive that is built by many, not just one or two or specific privileged position of persons who collect the archive, but also by many different people. And there's many different research that many different scholarship and studies that can attest that there is an archive that exists and also archives that are moving, that are still compiling. and accessible to us. Archive can be used as a materials. Any text can be used as a material for history if you're interested in the understanding the history and the moving of the past in the relationship with the present and the future, or vice versa, or the dynamics of all the genealogy. It could be also as a way to track the injustices, depending on the questions, inequality or something that is to show a conditions of a crisis, a condition that is experienced by different people or different groups. It can also use as a identity and memory. It can also use as a tool for accountability. So it can be used for many different purposes for different kind of questions for research. An archive, as I mentioned earlier, it can be institutional, it could be also personal keepings. There's also special collections, and students, graduate, researcher, or established researcher, we can pursue research in special collections. Or we can also collect our own archival texts, and we could also learn how to organize them. We can also learn how to find it. So when I do the research in Indonesia, it was quite a challenging, also a struggle for a researcher who wants to look for an archive that is already established, because there is not much of the culture of collecting data or organizing data. And sometimes we have to find it, we have to talk to different people, we have to just identify by looking at what kind of document, what kind of personal keepsakes, what kind of things that people usually accumulate or collect, or articulating things, whether in letters. So then as a researcher who is doing the archive work in the context of where the country or the place is not necessarily having a good an archival body of buildings practice, as a researcher, you're also part of the collector, part of the also collecting and preserving, and then to keep that as a repository that is moving along, that is like also can be provided for the other researcher. So we can do our own research, but we can also provide those for others who wants to do the research. And while I did my research on the curricular responsiveness, as I mentioned earlier, those are the questions that I was interested. This archive that I was engaging was originating from the Office of the Ministry of Education and Culture of the Republic of Indonesia, also the offices of the Provincial Education Department, and also the local schools, including as well the local school teachers document. So when I did the study in Indonesia, we have a very long bureaucratic chain from the nationals of the policy came to the province, province came to the regency to the district to the sub-district, and then to the local offices of education department, and then to the school. So I have to identify that these texts are going from the national into the very core of the local school. So when I try to look for the archival text, I try to see what is available on the top of the chain, which is in the Office of the Ministry of Education, and how those texts are circulating. Were the text circulating also to the bottom of it? Because then my collections of the archive that I will be using can also be like the archive that is not just circulating around on the top of the provincial matters, but it's also to the local. So we have to talk to also to the teachers, what's sort of like document from the national that are actually arriving to their hand. So I identify those things and doing the double check whether what the provinces receive, what they are producing, what they are circulating, what things that are actually arriving from the national to the bottom, or what are the texts that are not arriving to the bottom, or like not to the hand into the teacher. So then we can see that how the archive is circulating is also not just by trusting one place, but also to do the triangulation, circulations that the texts are circulating in many places. And those are the good texts that we can see for the research of the matter of my research, to see the curricular responses to multi-level. And what I found out is the archives show complex curricular responsiveness during the pandemic. The archive articulate the local schools, different kind of responsive curricular responsiveness during the pandemic. They articulate specifically in detail about the responses of the Ministry of Education and Culture to the crisis, to the policy and what to do, what to say, and what to, how to govern, how to be governed, what to report, and how to act around the crisis, and what to understand. Demonstrating also the shift across the organizations and practice of formal schooling. I can see the shift, I can see the changes, I can see the practices that are being redefined, and the practices are remade, are being articulated in specific term and specific text. We can also do the discourse analysis in specific term and culture to the very specific context of that. And from those things, I can see the changes in the instructional practices, and I can see the practices in the classroom that are being written down, that are being said, that are being cited, and the culture of the teaching that are changed because of the COVID-19 crisis. And I also found that the COVID-19 crisis shaped the new role of the schools and the emergent knowledge in schools. So during the crisis in Indonesia, the school is not only as the educational space, but it's also for the students and the parents, but it's also to educate the community around them. So I've seen different kind of banners, different kind of announcement that include the community around them, that they put on the gates, that they put on the booklet, they circulate the booklets to the parents, they circulate the booklets, they circulate the handout through the WhatsApp messages, through the text messages. I see everything through that. Also the microphone and the announcement from the school to the around neighborhood, because usually the school are located in the neighborhood. So like there is like different kind of role of schools performing during the crisis. So it's not just the public education for the children, but it's also the public education for all the community around it. It's like immediate informations delivered to the community. What I also learned, also the emergent knowledge in school. So what has been circulated, what has been studied, what has been like said, what has been understood as the crisis grew and developed, the knowledges about teaching changes, the knowledges about the practices about how to conduct the classes keep changing. And the teachers also have very different procedures and different things to do. And I think those are very valuable place for us to do the research. For some, we cannot do the research by doing the interview or going to the places. I have many of my students who could not do the field research in Southeast Asia, in Indonesia, in many other countries. They have to change their gears, they have to change their perception, they have to change the plan that they've been working for years before to do the field research, they have to postpone it into next year or maybe the several years after. So the archive and the way to turn into the knowledge is circulating in archive or digital informations is something that is can be done, and something that can be rigorous and something that can be powerful and can also help us to understand the crisis in the way that we want to understand it as we communicate to them. But it's also that we can do the archive by means also communicating to teachers, by communicating to them to help them locate, to help us to locate some of the texts that are useful to understand their voices and their experiences. Some teachers are writing journals, some teachers are writing blogs, some teachers are creating a video, some teachers are writing a letter, some teachers are having the recorded a Zoom, some teachers having a different kind of personal keepsakes to record what has been done, what they did. And so we can use that, of course, with the permissions, and we have to go through all of the ethical procedures doing the research with that. But it's meaningful, but it's accessible, and we can do that. The COVID-19, as I learned it from my article, Crisis, shaped the new role of school and emerging knowledge in school, provoking a critical need for refocusing a curriculum and practicing a meaningful assessment, while helping the educators, policymakers, and practitioners to imagine and build creative education, technology responsiveness, and to nurture the home characters educations. So in one study, I learned to understand the complex curricular responsiveness in different places in the national provinces and the school. I learned to see the responses from the ministry and how what gets sent, what is received and how is being received and deliberately practiced, what is not practiced, what is actually being communicated and practiced and not practiced. And I can see the changes of the teaching and the culture of teaching during the COVID-19. I can see the provocations of critical need. There is a refocusing of the curriculum, and that's how the reimagining of the quality of education, what it means to be having a good schooling or good quality of education during the crisis. So what I want to emphasize today in this talk is we have to identify, research is very important if we would like to teach, if we would like also to practice. I consider myself as an art worker as well. I'm a dancer, I'm a practitioner, or a composer or choreographer. I bring my archival research and history research. I bring that with my students. Sometimes I do it with my students. So when I encourage the student to do some of the archival, some of the this work with me, and we can, instead of publishing in the article, sometimes we co-write a script. We call it as a documentary theater. So the students and I write a script together as a finals or as one of the assignments, and we create the script and we perform based on the archival research that we did of a specific topics, whether it's a COVID-19, whether it's how they learn. Practitioner and teacher, we can also publish, where we can also do it along with the students, and then like turning it into the artwork that can be accessible, that can be communicated to the broader audience. So when we think of reimagining research responsibility, and we think about how to do the research, this archival may not be something new, but it's something new to discover that it's possible to see something ongoing in that archival. So what I would like to suggest is, if we are based in the university, we can start to identify what kind of types of archive are available in our university, in our school of education. If it's not established, is it something that we have to help collect, or we can identify what are the personal keepsake, what are the means or practices of keeping documents. As a teacher, we receive many tons of documents from the Ministry of Education. We receive documents from many other institutions that we work with. We produce that kind of a document, we produce that kind of announcement. Those are valuable matters that can support our research and that can be accessible to us while we practice and teach. We can also have the familiar text that we can work and understand how the system works, how the changes occur, how the knowledge are circulated, how different levels of institution and group are understanding it, knowledge. and we can see the curriculum in the matter of the broader. Sometime I would encourage also using a different text that are in the local languages, because that also to variate different kind of experiences. You know, language matter in the documents, and doesn't have to be in English, could be also in many different things. And the archive, there's a different cultural practice of keepsake in a different way. Some orality, some of the objects that can record certain things, and that can also show different experiences. I will stop there, and I will welcome the question if there is time for questions. And I can be reached out to my email. The organizer can send my email if you would like to see more how to do it, and how to identify, how to organize, and how to learn about it, and how it's accessible during the pandemic, and how it will illuminate different knowledges and different things that we haven't known and learned before. And we can also point the relation between what has been done, what has been written, what has been said and not said into something that the practices that can also illuminate why we do what we do now. That is also an explanation from that research to our practice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dini Alifiani. I hope I can pronounce that second name correctly. I know as easy as my surname is, it gets butchered all the while. Thank you so much. Can we put our hands together, please, our real hands or our Zoom icon hands? And I appreciate the love. Share some love to Dr. Remember, in California, I think it's about 3 hours behind us, right? So it's after 7, yeah. So far, it is 7:27. So she's been up extra early just to share with us today. Thank you so much. Any questions? We're opening up just for 5 minutes, but of course, she will share her in email, so you can reach out on networking. But any questions, any burning questions? Okay, Karif, go ahead, unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Eisen, and thank you, Dr. Dini, for sharing your presentation. While listening to you and making note of your suggestions for research and in your field of archiving, which I would say we do it here in Jamaica, we do it in our respective schools, ministries, etc. What about from a personal place, where at home we might have documents about us, or we might have artifacts about us? How could we use those artifacts, if they're considered archives, to research our journey as researchers or as educators?
Do I answer it now, Miguel, or are we collecting questions?
Yes, please, go ahead. I'm allowing 5 minutes now. The extra questions we can collect.
Okay. Yes, absolutely. Archive as a matter and non-matter, not object and non-object, personal or institutional. So some are organized, some are not organized. Some have to be found, some already being founded and organized and labeled and cataloged, but some becoming the special collections, some of the personal. So those can be used for sure with the permissions and depending on the question. So I think to start, we can be familiarized with some of the personal keepsakes that we can identify and read or learn from it. And then that might provoke the question, what are the things that we care to pursue as a research? And then we read it and then we see it. What are the connections that we see? What things are illuminated from the revelations or learnings and understanding those personals. So many of the misconceptions is the thing about the text doesn't speak of the voices of the current, but I think that's not true, because like depending on what kind of like archival, what kind of text that we are engaging with, and that will illuminate the current voices, and it's the voices, the shadow voices that shadow from the past, voices that are like traveling from the past to the present and into the future and still shadowing our practice. Those voices are all over the place, and this can be also traced, can be also found in the archive. So definitely the personal keepsakes and identify. I work with different letters, personal letters, and we know there's many publications on the letters. I work with different photos, family photos. I work with different messagings and personal notes of a teacher, teacher's blog that are not posted, like their own writings. I work with teachers report. I work with teachers note for the students. I work with some of the students writings. I work with different kinds of paper published or unpublished, right? Some of the teachers are such great writers. They wrote something on the side that are not published or things. Those are hidden voices. If they allow us to access that and to share that to help us to understand, because research also identify, also getting to know some of these hidden places, right? Some of these voices that we're trying to excavate, but I don't like the word, but like trying to understand and learn. So we have to triangulate like multiple places. Like I see archive as a place, and that place is huge and big and like in different ways. I hope I answered the questions, Carrie.
You did. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Okay, thank you. I see Dr. Roof has a question in the chat, but I asked Dr. Denny to look at it, and if she feels she wants to respond to it in 1 minute, she can. If not, we can reserve it for later.
Okay, well, Karma, we collect lots of papers and document programming as educator. How can we now conduct research using the? When I move my place, about maybe 80% of the boxes are papers, right? We're familiar with this. We live with papers. Sometimes things that we never revisited again. Sometimes when we move, when we try to throw things out, we start to read, or maybe, you know, and then we start to find, oh, we have this thing. So those are valuable. I think we'll start by understanding what we collect. Not necessarily why we collect, for many reasons we collect, right? So we just have them. So like we can start by reading every single of them, and then there's some pattern of organizations, whether it's thematic, right? Whether it's ideas, whether it's thought, whether it's the kind of the text. So always in our head, we have what are the knowledges are circulated around these papers and documents and program. So we can start that as a collections. And then we can start to write our initials, like thought as an educator, you know, with our own background and training as an educator and scholar or researcher. What are the things that we see in this? And then the second one, we start to connect, what are the questions as a researcher that I'm always interested? So what can I learn from this one in relation to that one? So see it as a place for problematizing, as a place that we don't expect to find something, but we will learn something from it that will connect to our own questions. So I think we start to have to take notes and writings, right? It's some importance, and then we start to sort of like having like the archive as a data, and then we start to write certain ideas, certain teams, and then what are the questions, educational questions that we care that can relate to this one. For example, we have papers that might be from the students to find the students' development over time. That could be also research about how to approach a technique or writing, how to approach, let's say, if it is like a document, how the policy is being delivered to us and how we receive that, how we perceive that policy documents, and how that the policy changes using a different words, that phrase and that term, we need to pay attention. And for example, programs changes over time. What are we focusing? What are the focus of the before and now? What do we learn about priority in the educational space through that program. And I think there's a lot to ask and hear, but I'll be happy to converse more about that. But there is this a valuable thing, and we can see something. We can learn from many different space and places, and these are the place to start and to find something. And then we start to collect and ask different people that are have similar document papers or programs, or we have to ask permission if this one belongs to certain property of intellectual property of someone else or other institutions.
Okay, thank you for that, Dr. Denny. What I see happening here, and I have a question, but I won't ask it now, but I'll just speak a little bit, is that I think the archiving, from my experience, and maybe those of us as educators in a Jamaican context, we're not used to using it so much. You know, we are very prone to always going to people, you know, parents, teachers, policymakers, to get information. And as educators, there is so much in terms of the documents that we already have, right? And I agree with you. I moved house just 6 months ago. There's a lot of documents to sort through and figure out, what do I need? What do I throw away? What do I keep? You know, why am I throwing something? Why am I keeping this one? I didn't see that as research. So I am realizing now that every day in the things that we do, there are so many documents that we have. There's a lot of research that we could put out that we have not been putting out. So thank you for opening my eyes a little wider to see as really what counts as research. I like the fact you mentioned that all research must begin with passion, right? You have to have something you have tremendous interest in, that you care about. Don't just do a research for the sake of doing it, but you need to have passion and care for that particular topic. What also hit home with me is the idea of creativity in research. I like the fact that you talked about in order to make research publicly accessible, you convert what is research into scripts and have your students dramatize it, right? I love that. And I certainly would love to talk to you about how that is done some more, because a lot of times we are maybe too focused on research going into journals, and these journals simply stay wherever they are and it doesn't get into public space. So I think converting research into art form, like you have been doing, may be a good thing. So maybe I need to learn how to dance.
Yeah, I mean, we do have to publish. I think, you know, the associations, right, speak strongly about that one, and I do encourage that one. But it's also, we're practitioners, we triangulate our own practices, we make it fun, right? We make it accessible. We breathe the life to it, make it lively, right? We dance and groove with it, right? So there's also song lyrics that I'm using, like song lyrics, songs that are written by teachers, or like my father is a teacher and he likes to write songs. Those are the voices of the teachers that is not captured into the public sphere and space. So there's many things, yeah.
Yes. So please use the opportunity today, as Dr. Denny is here, guys, to network, right? To network. At this time, let's move along. I want to call on Sharika McGowan Hunter, and she's going to tell us what we do next in terms of how do we navigate the breakout rooms on Zoom. There she is, her picture is there, and I'm sure she's almost
I'm right here.
You are, there she is. Good to see you.
Okay, same here, Mr. Eisen. So good morning, colleagues. Good morning. Now, you've listened to the greetings. You have been entertained as well by a reggae rendition, and you've listened to a very intriguing keynote address. It's now time to ready our minds to listen to what the presenters have to say to you. But before I go into that, allow me to just inform you that this conference is a conference that will see you receiving certification at the end. So you'll be looking out for a form that will be sent throughout the course of this conference. Please look out for it. You're expected to fill it out so that you can receive your certification. So please bear that in mind as I go through the logistics of what it is, how to navigate this space. So looking from the program, which you will see in a little while, you will see that there are different breakout rooms that you have to navigate. Now, in terms of how you navigate, how you move from one space to the next, Please bear this in mind. Now, there are 3 breakout rooms in all. The host will, a feature will come up indicating that there are 3 breakout rooms. Now you have the liberty to indicate or to join the different breakout rooms that you are comfortable joining, depending on what you, having reviewed the schedule, you would know which rooms that you want to join. How do you move from the main breakout room, which is what we're in now, to the different rooms? You will see an icon displayed on the menu section of your Zoom at the same point where you see your microphone, the video icon. Somewhere along there, you will see breakout rooms displayed. And you will then be able to move from point A to point B. Now, if you're looking at your screen now, you'll see that there is actually a message coming up that would indicate that the breakout rooms have been opened. So that's what you're going to be looking out for you to navigate the space. Now, let me go through what the program is about so that you can be prepared. So there are 3 rooms that are open for you. Room 1, we will have Alison Lindsay, Kenique Walker, Dr. Carmel Roof. And while in room 2, we're going to have Tamara Scott McFarlane, we're going to have Kerif Clark, and we'll also have Aldi Lewis. And at the same time, we will have in breakout room 3, Miss Sandra Minot, Miss Markian Stanbury, and also Mr. Rohan Mccullough. Those are the people who will be going at this time as soon as I'm done. As soon as I'm done, and you'll get the link or the feature to join the breakout room. Scroll down now, Mr. Clark. 11:30 to 12:30, we will have the same 3 breakout rooms. Please pay attention to the persons who will be presenting so you can join the appropriate rooms. In room 1, we will have Miss Nadine Clementson. In room 2, Miss Yolanda Henry, and in same room 2, you'll have Mrs. Sharika McGowan Hunter, yours truly, Miss Heather Nichols Spencer, and Javon Neal. While in room 3, we will have Miss Elaine Williams and Nicole Kerr Walker. That's it for the first half of our presentation. You're going to break at 12:30 to 1. During that break, you can feel free to stretch, walk, drink some coffee, do something in the space. Then you are going to return to the main breakout room where you will be stimulated intellectually by the very dynamic Dr. Saran Stewart. She will be presenting from 11 to 11:30. So right after break, you will join promptly at 1 p.m. to hear Dr. Saran Stewart's keynote address. Right after that address, we're going to go, we don't skip a beat. We're keeping this really tight. 1:30 to 2:30, we're going to reopen the breakout rooms for persons to share. So Ramon Stiles and Rohan Mccullough will share along with Dinalise Wright, they will share their presentations in room 1, while Miss Shanique Walker-Carty and Vestina Oates will share their presentation in room 2, followed by Miss Marlene Serrano, Mr. Miguel Ison, Miss Sharon Bramwell-Laylor, Mrs. Sharon Bramwell-Laylor, and Camille Berry. While happening all at once in room 3, Miss Camille Clark will be presenting as Miss Ruthann Edwards, followed by Doctors Carol Gentles, Tashane Haynes Brown, Charlene Cole, Yuwande Lewis Forcom, Chantel Moore, and Mr. O'Neill Rattray. That's it for the last half of our presentations. But not to be outdone, we will close with a panel discussion where we'll be zooming in on the conference strands. And our panelists are well ready and well able to speak with us about the conference strands. And this will last from 2:30 to 3:10, followed by a video presentation. Then we will have our vote of thanks from Mrs. Tamara Scott McFarlane. And then the very last voice you will hear this afternoon will be Mr. Kerif Clark, our own AGRE president. He will come and he will definitely close off this session, Conference 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, be prepared to be intellectually stimulated as you get ready to join the different breakout rooms. Ladies and gentlemen, have a powerful day. Over to you.
Okay, so I hope we've got the information. It's a whole lot, but essentially you can find the presentation orders in the conference booklet that would have been sent to you, right? So now you click on the breakout room feature. There are, to the bottom of your laptop, or if you have a cell phone, you will see 4 little squares. Click on that and the different breakout rooms will pop up, and you can decide which room you want to join. So there's room 1, 2, and 3. And you remember that in the booklet, it tells you what's happening in room 1, what's happening in room 2, and what's happening in room 3. And you can be free to pop in and out between rooms. So once a speaker is finished with their presentation, and you're in room 1, you can move from room 1 to room 2 to hear what's happening there. You don't have to stay in one room for the entire time unless you want to. Okay, feel free to move from room to room, just like it would have been in a face-to-face conference. Okay. Right, so displayed on screen, you can see what's happening in the various rooms. Pick a room that you want to start off with based on what's happening right now. Room 1, room 2, or room 3. Please jump into a room.
Hi, Mr. Ison. Tamara Scott McFarlane here.
Hey.
I'm having trouble. I can't seem to assign myself to a room. I'm still in the main room.
Okay, which room do you want to go into?
Room 2. I'm to be in room 2.
Let's see.
Mr. Ison, likewise, yes. Crystal Williams, room 3. I'm not seeing an option here.
All right, let me see if I get your name. Here. All right, Tamara. Okay, so Tamara Scott, you said you want to go into what? Which one again?
Room 2.
Room 2. All right, so I'm putting you into 2. And Crystal
Williams, room 3.
Room 3. Crystal Williams, you want to go to room 3. All right, Crystal.
And Camille Hilton to room 1.
Camille Hilton to room 1. Camille Berry. Camille Hilton.
Camilla Hilton.
Oh, with a K. Yes, K, Camila with a K. All right.
Joseph, room 2.
Hold on. Hilton is still here?
Yeah, Joseph Mackenzie, room 2. I want to go in room 2.
Yeah, man, Joseph. I'm doing that for you now. Hilton. Where is Hilton? Not seen. Strange. Camila? Okay, maybe someone moved her already for me. So please click on the breakout room icon to move into the room that you need to go into.
Mr. Ison, hi.
Yes, hi.
Put me in room 2, please. I was in and came out and can't go back in.
Can't go back in. All right, so Elsa. You were, which room were you in?
2.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the name here, Elsa. Hold on.
Mr. Ison, Carol Gentles. I think if people click on the breakout rooms icon.
Yeah, because Elsa, you are currently assigned.
Click on the room, then you will get a message saying to join.
I know, yeah. I did receive it before and I joined and I came back out because I was the first one actually that joined room 2.
Okay, Elsa, I'm seeing. Right, I'm seeing.
I'm not being able to go back in. That's what I'm
seeing you, Elsa, as being
in
room 2, but it says not joined, which is strange.
Right, because I had joined. I was the first one there. And so I realized you were still talking. So I came back to hear what you were saying.
Okay, what I'm going to do, right? Let me try this. If I put you into room 1, can you come back out again and see if I can move you from room 1 into room 2? Yeah?
We can try.
Just try that for now. So click on room 1. and then come back here. All right, so she is in room 2 now. That is fantastic. I guess, and everybody else seems to be good at this point. Whoever's doing the recording, I guess it can be paused at this point in time since that's the main room recording. All right, so.
First, start off by thanking you all for returning for our afternoon session. I am trusting that you're all doing well and you got a few minutes just to get up and stretch, perhaps have some water, maybe have a cup of juice. At this time, we are going to pick up with our afternoon session. And so I am trusting that you are all ready and just can't wait to get things going. We are going to start off our afternoon session with our second keynote speaker. And that speaker is none other than Dr. Sharon Stewart. Colleagues, Dr. Sharon Stewart is an Associate Professor of Higher Education and Student Affairs and Director of Global Education at the Neat School of Education, as well as Faculty Director for the Global House Living and Learning Community at the University of Connecticut in the US. Formerly, she served as Senior Lecturer and Deputy Dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Education at the University of the West Indies, Mona. The focus of her research is on access and equity in education and teaching and learning in the local and global context, utilizing post-colonial, decolonial, post-diasporic, and critical and inclusive pedagogical theories. Much of her research examines issues of race, gender, intersectionality, and educational development through an international and comparative education lens, employing both quantitative and qualitative methodologies. Since joining the professorate, Dr. Stewart has produced 47 publications, including 4 edited books, and she has delivered 86 scholarly and special presentations, including 36 invited keynotes and guest speaker lectures around the globe. She is a Salzburg's Global Fellow and the recipient of multiple awards, including the 2019 Vice Chancellor Award for Excellence from the University of the West Indies and the 2018 African Diaspora Emerging Scholar Award from the Comparative and International Education Society. Dr. Stewart is editor of Decolonizing Qualitative Methodologies for and by the Caribbean and co-editor of Each One, Teach One, Parental Involvement and Family Engagement in Jamaica's Education System, Black Liberation in Higher Education, Concentrations from Research and Practice, as well as Race, Equity, and the Learning Environment, the Global Relevance of Critical and Inclusive Pedagogies in Higher Education. Colleagues, help me welcome Dr. Sharon Stewart.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me and see me by chance? Let's see.
Yes, to both questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? You can throw up a reaction or an emoji. I am so happy to be here. I got some private comments in the messages and some of them were welcome home. Definitely feels like a homecoming in many, many, many ways. I loved how just the conference committee has really steered this under the stewardship of Dr. Carmel Roof. It's just a blessing to be back and to see how far AGRE has come. And I'm so excited to just spend a couple of, spend some of the afternoon with you and to see former students taking on critical research and colleagues and friends. So it really feels like a homecoming. Thank you so much for having me. I thought about the presentation long and hard this afternoon, and I thought I would bring forth some of the work that right before the pandemic, we had produced this beautiful book on decolonizing qualitative approaches for and by the Caribbean with a number of School of Education colleagues. And this book really, you know, came out of the shadows of the pandemic and was never really launched at home, but it has made its way throughout the globe, and it received 2 awards during the pandemic. And I've shared that with my colleagues because without them, there would have been no edited volume. The American Library Association recognized it as a 2020 Choice Award Outstanding Academic Title. And then the Association for the Study of Higher Education recognized it from its Council of International Education as the Award of Outstanding International Higher Education Award and Research. So really excited to share some snippets from that, and then happy to answer any and all questions that you guys might have. I looked through the abstracts today and I was just in awe, absolutely in awe of all the research that is taking place. And I'm only in awe because I know the caliber of the students as well as the researchers and the scholars that are there at home. So, you know, happy that this space is being created in community of researchers and learners. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen. So if I could get access to that, but I will start off by just making a disclaimer. I made it last week in JTech, and I'm gonna make it again. It's something that I'm very conscious of as my current co-authors, Dr. Roof and Dr. Ferguson, my collaborative, mischievous researchers in this work. We've been debating about what it means to be first generation, or our students mean to be first generation. And then we entered into that debate, what it means to be doing research as a post-colonial citizen of Jamaica and what that means in higher ed that we haven't really unpacked significantly. So I'll start by saying that according to the United Nations in 2020, during 1960, in the movement of decolonization, there were some 750 million people who were living under colonial rule. At that time, that equated to roughly 1/3 of the global population. Bring it now to 2021, 2 million persons remain under colonial rule, the majority of which reside within our beloved Caribbean, as well as the South Pacific region. So when I enter these spaces to talk about decolonizing research, I preface these critical identities, as I am a first generation post-colonial citizen, like many of you, born to colonized parents who currently reside in Jamaica. And the reason why I say all this, because decoloniality and decolonization are subject to the context, the liminalities of regional perspectives, and the intersections of power and oppression from the global northern countries and the global southern countries. So with that, let me get back to you guys, and then I'm gonna go ahead and share this presentation. And I think everybody should be able to see it, right? All right, I absolutely love the cover of that book as well, so I use it as much as I can. And I'm taking a couple of lessons learned because we've advanced some of the research, a couple of us that were authors in this work, to really give more of an axiology onto epistemologies to this work. So we're going to talk a lot about that. So before I get into some of the credence of the work, I really want to take us back just a little bit for where this actually originated. When I was doing my dissertation, a part of the work, as some of you have already gone through multiple forms of dissertation, I always tease up here that you've never met research like you've done it for like an MPhil or even one of our top master's degrees in School of Education. So my colleagues here laugh when I tell them that yes, our students actually write mini dissertations, like 5 chapters and all that good jazz. And then they have the applied research where they're conducting so much rigorous research, right? So while I was doing some of my research as a former graduate student, I really had to go back to archival sources and primary sources because my supervisors at the time completely and critically ripped apart my literature review. Most of my literature review was situated in the reconstruction of social historical education in Jamaica between 1655 and the present, which was in 2013 at the time. And my supervisors really believed that I was using too many secondary sources. And if I really wanted to do this work from a post-colonial lens at the time, I really need to pay homage to the artifacts. So I was able to receive a grant and I traveled home at the time. I went to our National Library and combed through, I don't know how many of you have been there, with a tarpaulin, the blue tarpaulin, to protect all the artifacts. I was in those rooms with different magnifying glasses and little tweezers to make sure I don't mash up people them old papers. And then I had to also go over to the UK and I spent some time combing through the House of Commons papers. And from this, what you're going to see is how really in order to understand the purpose of decolonizing methodologies and research is to understand how we were once written about. So here is Anthony Trollope, a 19th century British novelist who wrote in his book in 1860, The West Indies and the Spanish Man. And he wrote, "He imitates as a monkey does a man. He's idle, unambitious as to worldly position. Intellectually, he's apparently capable of but little sustained effort. But singularly enough, here he is ambitious. He burns to be regarded as a scholar, puzzles himself with fine words, addicts himself to religion for the sake of appearance. I do not think that education has as yet done much of the Black man in the Western world. He can always observe and often read, but he can seldom reason." This was written about the West Indian emancipated Negro. And this was understood as real research, right? And there is other edifying roles in which research has been weaponized. And as I combed through the multiple artifacts and House of Commons papers, I came to learn more about our hidden narratives or resilient narratives that were purposefully not written within the curriculum for us to learn about. And so I'm going to read excerpts from that, which is actually a short first page of the intro to the book, which is, "It was 1829. Massa called old Charles to pick the largest bundle of bamboo switches he could find. Reverend Mr. Bridges, rector of St. Anne, commanded old Charles to cut all the flesh off Kitty Hilton, a female quadroon slave. She was then stripped of every article of dress, tied up by the hands, her toes barely touching the ground, and flogged until the back part of her, from the shoulders down to her calves, the calves of her legs, was one mass of lacerated flesh. Kitty Hilton escaped and dragged her body to the nearest magistrate, only to be turned away and sent back to her master. She escaped again and found a magistrate that could see her hanging flesh and beaten in eye sockets. Kitty Hilton did not receive justice in the formal sense, what we know of it as today, because the House of Magistrates in 1831 ruled 14-4 that Mr. Bridges should not be prosecuted. However, her narrative would be written in the form of abolitionist letters that objected to the ruling and called for an end to slavery 2 years later. 75 years after Kitty Hilton dragged her bloody body to the nearest magistrate, another Hilton woman would be born by the name of Ethel Hilton of Lucy, some 146 kilometers from St. Anne. I came to know of her as my great-grandmother, the youngest of 4 children, who at the age of 16 took a boat to the other side of the island and sailed to Kingston to start a new life. She was born betwixt the period of post-emancipation and independence, a period of uncertainty and strict British rule. She raised 5 daughters, one of who would be my grandmother, on her own, and was definitively known as the matriarch of her family. Before my grandmother passed, I had the opportunity to learn about her educational biography and life as a child in colonial Kingston, Jamaica, as a part of a grade school primary school project. From her, I understood the importance of oral history, one that was passed on from her mother to her and then to me. She spoke about her tenacious attitude and fighting resilient spirit, how she helped her mother every day in the restaurant to feed all the customers. The colorful tales of colonial Jamaica between the 1920s to 50s, lined with the influx of Chinese migrants in which her father was one. Little did I know I was engaging in much more than my grandmother's educational biography, but the initial drafts of what I have now termed Afro-Caribbean feminist auto-ethnography, a decolonizing qualitative form of methodology. Essentially, her interview formed a blueprint to document feminist epistemologies within colonial Jamaica. More so, her interview pointed to what Rupert Lewis has called the symptoms of the colonial legacy at the psychological level and the way in which Black social mobility and perpetuated values of servility and self-deprecation within the Black community. Lewis, 1998. Then I was too young to predict my current role in this book project and my emergent identity as a decolonizing researcher. I didn't understand the indelible impact of my great-grandmother's history of rearing 5 young girls alone in colonial downtown Kingston. How her towering statue of 5 feet would command hungry men to wait in line for hours for her delectable corn pork and freshly made crackling cornmeal festivals. As an inquisitive young girl, I have vivid memories of Martel's, my grandmother, Mama Ethel, picking the rice. That is the process of cleaning white rice, and see the reverence that was bestowed upon her by her children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. I compared her prowess as our matriarch to that of Kitty Hilton, the quadroon slave, and reimagine the mirrored similarities of grit, resilience, and sheer Black girl magic within the physical embodiment of these 2 women generations apart. This introduction is born out of those ancestral reimaginings and my need to trace the historical underpinning of decolonizing research for and by the Caribbean. So, as we move into the presentation, some of the things I wanted to contextualize was how the book manifested and how the search for critical decolonial research framework kind of came about, and really look towards some of those that have been doing this work already in the Indigenous research, First Nations research within the Caribbean, etc. And so the framework that underpinned the text essentially was situated amongst the 3 that you're seeing here: decolonizing research, anti-colonial discursive framework, emancipatory framework. So decolonizing research, just quickly, is the unmasking and deconstruction of imperialism and its aspect of colonialism in its old and new formations, alongside a search for sovereignty, for the reclamation of knowledge, language, and culture, and for the social transformation of the colonial relationships between the native and the settler. When we go into emancipatory research, we see some of the work from Ginwright in 2008, where this type of research requires us to move beyond our institutions of learning and professional associations to build new infrastructures and reimagining of futurities of what liberation and freedom truly looks like when research is not weaponized. To speak towards anti-colonial framework, I'm going to actually show you some of the critical elements of it. It's where we talk about incorporating local languages, indigenous cognitive categories, cultural logic, and create different social understandings. It's utilizing and combining indigenous literature and socioeconomic understandings of society, how capitalism and neoliberalism runs in tandem with weaponizing of research. It's recognizing, contributing to the importance of research done by and for the people that they were intended for, not by outsiders to that culture. and then celebrate and value the uses of oral, visual, non-traditional forms of research so that we can look at research as a resistance mechanism rather than a weaponized mechanism. So Caribbean qualitative research is about 200 years old. However, we often subscribe to more European-based research methodologies because those are more popular, they are more aligned with capitalist traditions, and as a result, we are all subscribed to what you will later hear about the colonial gaze. But Hyacinth Evans in 2009 wrote about the fact that we've always had 5 overarching categories of Caribbean qualitative research in the form of slave narratives, some of which you heard me talk about earlier with the excerpts of Kitty Hilton, in diaries and journals, travelogues, observations, missionary reports, abolitionist letters, House of Commons papers. And then there are formal research reports and ethnography. So those were the 5 categories that Evans had written about. And what we now know today is that we have a myriad of those types of research, and we have actually a formal association of Caribbean methodologies, right? Some of us have been to that conference. I know Dr. Louis Folcom traveled with me to that conference, Dr. Therese Ferguson as well, and Dr. George, I believe, and a couple of others that went with us to relay some of their chapters in that conference, and it has taken off, to say the least. Out of that conference has been a concerted network of Caribbean researchers, methodologies, and methods that have come through. These are just a few of what has been published in the last 3 years from this network. And just keep the last bullet point just one sec. So we have, and we've always known of Walter Rodney's Groundings and Reasonings, has been more formally written in the form of methods and methodologies, the process of what and how we go about or onto epistemologies. Mashup as method, Old Talk, Lyman methodology coming through from Trinidad and Tobago, for example, and Jamaica through Shakisha Wilson Scott. Then we look at colleagues who have been writing in decolonizing ways for decades, right, throughout the history of the University of the West Indies. And one such person is Maureen Warner Lewis. And what's critical is that she was one of the first scholars in her own right to really reject and dispute early claims of European conquerors, looking at some of the edifices and artifacts of legacies and affirming strengths-based focus of legacies of African ancestry and their tools, their work, their education that came through. And that has been, as you saw in Anthony Trollope's document, just the excerpt I use, and he has a whole text and a couple of texts on it, are such types of European researchers that came through and completely disqualified just the workings of the emancipated Negro and Black folks through emancipation, post-emancipation and thereafter. So when we look at methodology, we can't look at it, or research, we really can't look at it without noting axiology onto, ways of knowing, ways of being. How do we know what we know? What values do we hold dear? Which is ironic because we oftentimes, myself included, have been trained under and subscribed to Western ideologies and epistemologies, even though we were not born within Western ideologies and epistemologies. We were born within creolization, a very strong blend of post-emancipation, post-colonialism. But throughout time, even within academia, we often erase that and contribute to the erasure of our own knowledge systems. And so there is a reclamation that we ask for in this text about the analysis of the self when you want to go about Caribbean-based research for and by, where we ask that Caribbean researchers really examine their own axiologies, their own values. How are they coming into the space and from what vantage points? How are Caribbean researchers therefore going to explore indigenous roots, language, paying homage to Jamaican Creole? We have a whole unit at the University of the West Indies and then some. as I was preparing for this, I was actually looking through my daughter's grade 4 social studies book, where there is a Taino language was being taught to her at the time, and really pulling apart these words for how we use them today and how they have semblance with our indigenous roots and our legacies of that for what we practice today. Third point, one has to pay careful attention to the social location or power dynamic or privilege that in which we engage our participants, and for whom and for what are we doing this type of research. And then the last point that I make is to decolonize research in the Caribbean. Researchers and other contemporary authors of Caribbean should write from a place of authenticity, where their identities come alive in their writing and are not shadowed or further erased. And so it brings me to this, where Professor Frank Tuitt, that entire book was an example of decolonizing methodology, the entire text. So I encourage you to read it or read different chapters of it or ask some of your lecturers about it. And of all the chapters, all the participants and the authors became co-participants in this work. And we all engaged in decolonizing forms of methodology, where they were asked significant critical questions about Caribbean identity, intersectional consciousness, about how are they coming into this space, how they've done research methodologies, etc. And then from this was a synthesizing of all the themes that came through. The true essence of this work really emerged from the autonomy that each co-author had in representing themselves from their center of knowing, right? From their own onto epistemologies. They could use any language, any text, any form of artifact, any representation, poetic licenses, photographs, etc. And you're going to see some of them pulled apart. So this now is Professor Tuitt and I coming together about, well, what does it mean to have a Caribbean decolonizing methodology, the process? The first step is developing that intersectional consciousness, is what we talk about. The second steps had a three-pronged approach, and I'll go through each of these in a little bit more detail, is utilizing critical community-centered decolonizing frameworks and methodologies. And then the third step is unleashing that futurities, right? The reimagination of what this can look like, and to not be held back, to not be limited under Eurocentric Western ideologies. So this first one here has two images. It was one by one of our co-authors, which is Thomas. And Thomas had taken a beautiful image of the wall that means and symbolizes liberation. And in this, we talk about the multiple identities that Thomas really sees herself through. And so we talk about developing that intersectional consciousness, is the importance of individuals hoping to conduct this type of research in our Caribbean, that they really get to know their authentic self, not just from a single axis of knowing, but multiple axes of how their identity is. So their nationalities, their gender, their religion, their ability versus disability, things that they don't really, are not always questionable. So both your powered, privileged socioeconomic stance versus or more oppressed notions of who we are. So the authors all negotiated their many responses of what this work means to do. And there's a sense of strength, pride, resilience given, even though there's limited resources often faced within our post-colonial systems. And for others, they also identify these spaces and tensions of liminalities, of statelessness, and feelings of uncertainty when they talk about what does it mean to be Caribbean, and what does it mean to have power and operate in power and oppression. And so Amanda Thomas, who has a picture, wrote that symbolically, the picture on the wall stands in time as an arts-based artifact that testifies of my positionality as an educator, an activist, and an advocate who engages in cultural responsive, emancipatory, inclusive praxis with one of the spaces I occupy as an academic. Talks about the Kalinago warbird. She makes reference to John Kuno in the Bahamas, Ketty Coty in Suriname, Leroy Clark's El Touché. So she talks about all these various depictions of what it means to be Caribbean for her in particular, and how it elevates her level of consciousness when she goes into her work is in critical quantitative studies, and how she employs decolonizing methodologies to do that work. Currently in Trinidad. This other one, this is number 2 now in the process, is using critical community-centered decolonizing frameworks and methodologies. Part A of that is engaging in native tongue or indigenous tongue. And I'm actually using an artifact from Fulcrum Lewis that was just really freedom to write as much as you can, but wrote in Jamaican Creole in particular, and also wrote, and I'll cite this one, what is decolonization, what it means to be a Caribbean researcher, writing our stories by us, for us, and for the world, rather than having stories being written about us. It was a powerful quote. It's in the middle right here. I know that the image is a little bit difficult and stuff, but even in how Dr. Louis Fulcrum really talks about the engagement of localizing indigenous and valuing native tongue is critical when she writes in Jamaican Creole here and then has the translation thereafter, and then provides examples of critical scholars in our history that has done this work and come before us. Dennis Craig, Belma Pollard, Hyacinth Evans, Josette Lewis, Michael, Errol Miller, those that we all know, Ruby King, just coming straight out of School of Education and Humanities and Education in particular. The second principle of part 2, of the second tenet is embracing indigenous ways of knowing. And this is where we had an anthropologist, Gordon, as a co-author, speaking towards decolonizing research involves searching for and experimenting with appropriate methodologies that are culturally relevant. She goes on to explain this is particularly relevant among the African descendant populations that I have carried out research on in Brazil, South Africa, and to a lesser extent in Jamaica. This is because cultural practices and beliefs in the Black diasporic community are often passed on from generation to generation in oral form, such as storytelling, riddles, jokes, and sayings. In addition, the theater tradition is strong in Jamaica, where entertainment for many young people begins in a church, in a setting where children are expected to perform for audiences, musical recitals, etc. This means devising culturally appropriate methods that make use of these traditional skills, thereby opening spaces in our largely Western informed epistemologies and methods to give center stage to the voices of people we are trying to represent in our very own writing. And then the third of this second tenet is empowering local participants. And this is where my beloved Ferguson wrote about in her journal entry, maybe the focus needs to be moved from the researcher to the focus of the research, or maybe the essence of being a Caribbean research is not in the identity of the researcher. Maybe it lies in the identities of the Caribbean peoples who are at the center of the research and the context in which these are developed, experienced, and lived. Or perhaps this is the crux of being a Caribbean researcher. And then the last tenet that we'll look at is what does this look like when we are finally free to reimagine research? That designing decolonizing methods is to create these opportunities for post-colonial people, post-colonized people to reframe, redefine, and rename one's current and future realities based on their individual and collective liberatory interests, so that we're no longer confined to the nooses of Western standardized colonial epistemologies. So to conclude, why this is ever necessary for us to do and continue to do. That according to George Yancey, in his work, Colonial Gazing, the Production of the Body as Other, describes the dynamics of colonialism. He writes as a means of socially producing reality shapes colonized bodies through powerful process of inscription. George Yancey argues that there is a violent aspect of colonialism that requires a way of thinking that defines that all that is good is in European terms. Moreover, not only did the colonizer impose this Eurocentric way of viewing the world to justify their oppressive actions, they also coerced us, the colonized, to adopt Eurocentric ways of being in the world, or ontologies, what Yancey refers to as a white ideological discursive formations. Thus, if we follow Yancey's premise, anyone desiring to conduct research in a Caribbean context, myself included, has already been complicit and contaminated by way of socialization, education, and training to engage in colonial gazing, where we begin to betray our authentic selves and adopt colonial ways of viewing the world. So to close, when education was philosophically understood as fitting for society, what that essentially meant was that education was expected to create a local citizen for a society structured along the supply chains of what Bristol in 2010 called of the supply chains or plantation economy. If we are truly to remove ourselves from these supply chains, we must be willing to demand more of ourselves and our colleagues to decolonize our minds, our pedagogy, and more importantly, our research, lest we continue to be complicit to the colonizer's gaze. So these are some of the works that I've been engaging in and some of the selected references. That is it. Let me stop share. Forgot who was my moderator.
And Dr. Stewart, thank you so much.
You are welcome.
At this time, we are open to take questions. Any questions for Dr. Stewart? Dr. Hilton, question or just clapping?
Just clapping.
Thank you. Any questions at all, colleagues? Wow, Dr. Stewart, interesting. Oh, we have Dr. Gentles. Okay, Dr. Gentles, you may go ahead.
Hi, Saran, how are you? Good to see you.
Hello, Carol, how are you? Same here.
Good, thanks. Well, fabulous presentation and very much appreciated. I was just wondering, so, you know, the pandemic has changed so much. And I think, well, like I've been very heavily involved in sort of like global research on the experiences of teachers in the pandemic. And it has struck me that it has created new spaces for people to become more autonomous in the way, you know, they're thinking and contributing to research. I was just wondering, what were your thoughts? Has the pandemic changed or shifted even a little bit any of what you're, you know, suggesting to us about decolonizing research?
Yeah, so great question as always, Carol. So I don't think it has shifted. I think it has reinvigorated the work, to be honest. There has been, so I've been able to work more with the University of Cape Town and the government of South Africa, in particular, their Ministry of Higher Education, because they're undergoing right now the movement of decolonizing their curriculum. I've been able to work with the Dutch Ministry of Education through multiple institutions, Leiden, VU, Hague University of Applied Sciences, when they talk about decolonizing their curriculum and the movements. So there has been another part of this work that came out just this year was about decolonizing academic spaces. So the need to do this work has actually significantly increased because the movements for injustice, for social justice, have become more rampant. And absolutely, I think our presence on our presence on Zoom, social media, or engagement in more virtual spaces has allowed us to really look at and think about the fact that we're no longer in silos doing this work. that there are colleagues around the globe wanting, needing, have been doing this work and looking for best practices from the global north and the global south in order to decolonize their curriculum, especially when you look at independent countries of the 1960s in particular, and that whole movement that happened during that era of independence. And so I think the pandemic has absolutely given us significant challenges, but has provided opportunities for us to have more shared work on what we're looking for, especially for those of our in post-British colonies. Those have been great networks to work with in doing this type of work.
Right, and I think that the online space is now offering us space within which to put our work out there, you know, rather than having to rely on journals and, you know, which is fine, but to establish that idea of credibility through even, you know, peer reviewing, open access online publications, because I think that what does is it decentering that reliance on, you know, big foreign journals to make our work valid and valuable. So I really hope that, you know, we will continue to think about that. Yeah, thanks, Rohan. Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dr. Gentles. At this time, we will take Mr. Rohan Mccullough.
Hi, good afternoon. Hi, Doc. How are you?
I'm great, Rohan. How are you?
I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. I just sat here and I said to myself, when I grow up somewhere, I want to be like you. But listen, as I listened to your presentation, I wondered, so Professor Shepherd's, Maureen Shepherd, her name kept coming up in my head. And I wondered, how does her body of work, I'm going to use the word fit in, but it probably may not be fit in, but is there some connection with what she has done and what, you know, that body of work that you've been talking about?
Absolutely, Rohan. You know, Maureen's work, Professor Shepherd's work, is one of those iconic kind of racial justice, equity type work that, if you look, there was a transnational post-diasporic network that I was a part of with Professor Beverly Barron had introduced it to me when I was home with you guys. And Maureen wasn't on that, but she was a part of our special issue that came out of that work. And it really spoke towards some of that iconic kind of racial justice and those who have been doing this work since UWI's inception, but not being credited in ways in which, whether we've had, you know, very prestigious feminist, Afro-Caribbean feminist authors that have gone through UWI's system and left at the lecturer level or a senior lecturer level for various reasons, but had so much pivotal flagship research that, you know, the Caribbean Review of Gender Studies in particular, you know, has a lot of that cemented in it. It's housed by St. Augustine's campus. But Professor Shepherd's work comes through a lot in those spaces. And that's how I've actually used some of her work within those spaces. And then what you don't see is an earlier iteration of this presentation that talks about Professor Shepherd's work, Maureen Lewis' work, you have Caroline Cooper's work, and you have, I pay homage to a number of our scholars and women scholars in particular that have been doing this work and highly unrecognized in their tenure at the UWI. So.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mccullough. At this time, we will take question from Mr. Eisen. Colleagues, just try to be brief with your questions, please. Okay, Mr. Eisen, go ahead.
Okay, greetings, Dr. Stewart. Good to see you.
Hello, Mr. Eisen. How are you?
I am doing well, thank you. So, quick question. I think when I heard you speak about the effect of colonization on us, and you hear Yancey's his pronouncements that just being alive these many years, education, all our experiences, we have been conditioned to this Eurocentric view. How do we liberate ourselves as researchers from this lens that we adopt naturally, because it means that everything we are doing, as he says, has been contaminated by what we have lived so far. How do we break free to reveal the authentic us and research that is authentically Caribbean?
Absolutely. I think one of the critical ways that you and other lecturers have been doing this work is by producing the research for us and by us, and not reproducing research from Eurocentric ideologies. However, it is not easy. It is actually that much more difficult because of the lack of resources. And I think what Dr. Gentles actually had was ending with was about what we call citation politics. Those who are cited and those who are not cited, right? You know that we've worked tenaciously about having more of our own Caribbean researchers be cited by our Caribbean students or colleagues or scholars, etc. Now, there are times in the youth of our research, because our research is relatively young, but not too young. We have over, you know, as we said, we have about 60 years of some of our hallmark research journals like the Caribbean Review of Education, Journal of Education and Development in the Caribbean, etc., that has provided critical research for building of research ideologies and frameworks. However, because access has been difficult over the years, you find that there's limited citations on those, where they're absolutely prolific. I think that the pandemic has afforded us, and even prior to the pandemic, we had started this work, right? Where we were pushing forth the agenda that no, you need to cite our work because we have done that due diligence. Gone are the days when we write in our dissertations, no research has been done on this, or this is the first ever research on this, especially if it's about the Caribbean. A number of us have been pushing our students and our colleagues to really do that due diligence, which is not easy, to find those archives and find those research in order to stop the, I would call it the raping essentially, but essentially we've been complicit in this work where it's been abused over years about not paying proper citation to those who've come before us, right? So one of the jobs is to do that. The other job that's really critical, Miguel, which is a lot harder, is the self-work. I see Sharika and Eloise in the chat talking about that. That critical self-work to understand how, or most of us in this space have been complicit or learning under Western ideologies is critical, because we need to really understand that, name those tensions, and understand how some of those ideologies and frameworks don't work within our context for the most part. And more than that, support our students and our colleagues, like what we have been doing, to rewrite literature for us and by us. This process is already underway and it is ongoing. This conference and the critical research coming from it is a testament to that. But the researcher is on a constant pendulum swing to do that work. And it is not easy. And we must always recheck, who am I citing? Who is filling up my methodologies? Have I done the due diligence to go to the sources of information? Are these Western ideologies and methodologies? How can I garner knowledge from my community, but not using Western ideologies? These are some of the critical questions that we talk about in order to develop what we first talk about in that first tenet, which is developing that intersectional consciousness.
Thank you much, Doc.
You're welcome, Miguel.
Thank you, Mr. Ison. All right, colleagues, we have just one more question from Nadine.
Thank you very much. I have a question that I think Dr. Stewart may have really touched on it, but I'll ask it anyway because she may have something else to say. Hi, Dr. Stewart, it's good to see you.
Hi, Nat, it's so good to see you.
Yeah. All right. I wanted to know what has been your experience with how students are assessed by external examiners with a Eurocentric mindset for studies that they have done that may have been influenced by post-colonialism. I wanted to know how you'd advise them to approach it, but you sort of touched on it a little. I don't know if you have anything else to say.
Absolutely. I think more and more external examiners are questioning our students about using foreign ideologies or frameworks to test within a Caribbean context, right? Or to assess within a Caribbean context, to be quite honest with you. I've been working with a number of our Jamaican students here, in particular in the US, and sitting on their committees in order to see, are they citing like Dr. Gentles? Are they citing Dr. Roof when he talks about Jamaican curriculum? Are they working with Dr. Kincaid Clark when they're talking about early childhood education? And so a number of students are even here being assessed, and they are being pointed in those directions to do the authentic work and to stop relying on epistemologies that were never created for, ignore the cat in the background, for or by the Caribbean population in particular. And so even when we look at teaching, when we look at, how lost learning is being addressed right now, we can draw on best practices, but from culturally relevant contexts that are similar to our own, both from a post-colonial lens as well as from a socioeconomic, geopolitical lens. A lot of times, as in the JTech forum last week, and I got references about, I was listening on, this wasn't in my session, but why aren't we looking towards Finland? And I always, thank goodness about these forums, I can always, turn off my video, because I normally wrinkle up my eyebrows when people ask me about why can't we look towards Finland? I'm like, Finland does not have the same post-colonial, geopolitical, socioeconomic tensions that our country does. So if we are to just take best practices from a country without looking at the larger macro system of that country, we are devaluing our system as it is at our level. We are not comparing apples to apples, and we must do that in order for us to really draw on some of these best practices. I'm not saying everything is not applicable, but when we take it at wholesale value that these countries are doing so well, they have a discerning policies for centuries that have worked in their favor. We have not. And we have not invested in the same way they have invested in education. So if we must talk about comparisons or doing that work, I do believe that more and more external examiners are becoming more aware. And again, going back to what Dr. Jensen was saying, due to the pandemic and even a little bit before, that we are doing the research in the Caribbean and about the Caribbean. The Caribbean diaspora is doing the research as well. And we need to stay away from these foreign ideologies that have not served us well and actually, in some ways, only crippled the way in which we move forward in our various systems of learning. Nads, I hope that helped.
It did. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Okay, colleagues, we are a tad bit strapped for time. If there are any more questions, do feel free to post them in the chat. And I am sure that Dr. Stewart will respond to you. Indeed, Dr. Stewart, I must say, a very insightful presentation. And I believe I can also safely say that based on the questions that have been raised, you have certainly sparked an interest among those who are present with us today. So thank you very much. We are very much appreciative. At this time, I now hand over to Karif.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Hello, Dr. Stewart. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Such a powerful presentation that you have made this afternoon, and I'm pretty sure that everyone is doing some reflection on self, on systems. I'm sure there's reflection taking place. So thank you once again for joining us. Colleagues, at this time, we will be moving into the last session, or the last set of concurrent sessions for breakout rooms. And so what we will be doing in short order, we will open the breakout rooms. Just to notify you that for room 1, Marilyn Marilyn will be moving to room 1. So if you're interested in seeing and hearing from Marilyn Serrano, she will be presenting in room 1 instead of room 2. The other presentations will remain as per schedule. All right. So I'm going to open the breakout rooms now and ask that we be as strict as possible with time so that we can go to the panel discussion and then conclude the conference.
Karif, could you assist me, please? As usual, I can't seem to get into room 3. The link is not allowing me to. Karif, are you there?
All right, is that tomorrow?
Yes. Oh, hi. I can't seem to find that link.
I'm supposed to be going into a room to present myself shortly, but
Oh, yes, I'm able to.
are you seeing it now? Okay, fine, she's fine.
Mr. Clark?
Good afternoon, colleagues. It's that time of the afternoon where we continue with the theme, Reimagining Research Responsibilities, Quality Education, and the Use of Research During Abnormal Times. It's now time for our panel discussions. The day has been enlightening. We have been intellectually stimulated, and many of us are reflective. Such great, insightful presentations. And we move now to our panel discussion. The panel discussion will take the following format. We will give an overview and introduction of each panelist, and then each panelist will be allowed 3 minutes to give an overview of the assigned strand. And then I will solicit responses for some questions, some probing questions. And then I will invite you, the audience, to pose your questions to the panelists. And then we will culminate the discussion. So our conference strands beyond traditional research methodologies. And Mr. Jovan Neal will speak to that. Jovan Neal was born and raised in an inner city community called Kintyre, located in Kingston. To escape the culture of violence, he actively participated in co-curricular activities in primary and high school to enhance his personal development. While pursuing a Bachelor of Arts degree in English at the University of the West Indies, UWMONA, his level of co-curricular involvement was magnified. Mr. Neal became more involved in youth leadership and development, ascending the ranks of student government to the post of president. Mr. Neal has subsequently been employed to the UWI in student services, where he provides administrative oversight to the student government. Executing his job gives him great satisfaction as he gets the opportunity to hone the development of young leaders. Mr. Neal has attained a Master of Arts degree in Higher Educational Management, and he utilizes this to bolster his services to stakeholders within higher educational institutions. Mr. Neal is a member of the Association of Graduate Researchers in Education. We go now to strand 2, Impact of COVID-19 on Quality Education. Ms. Stephanie Sewell is currently the Senior Consulting Officer assigned to the Jamaica Education Transformation Commission Secretariat. Prior to this appointment, she worked as a researcher at the Caribbean Policy Research Institute at the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, where she completed the research paper, Timeout, Impact of COVID-19 on Education. While pursuing her master's degree in politics and international cooperation from the University of the West Indies, she worked as a research assistant for Professor Maureen Shepherd, where she was first exposed to United Nations systems, human rights advocacy, and the call for reparations. Stephanie furthered this interest in advocacy and human rights to launch a campaign in colorism in Jamaica, and was subsequently elected as United Nations Fellow for People of African Descent in 2019. Stephanie now focuses on research areas related to addressing the inequities in the education system and the challenges faced by our Jamaican students. Our next strand, social issues and the Role of Research, Dr. Camilla Hilton. She's an associate professor and dean of the Faculty of Science and Sport at the University of Technology, Jamaica. She's a Fulbright scholar and a member of the national committees, including the South Africa-Jamaica Joint Committee on Science and Technology Cooperation, the Interministerial Task Force on Safeguarding and Protecting Children in Sport, and the National Anti-Doping in Sporting Compliance Committee. She has a number of peer-reviewed publications and was granted a US patent for her work on carbon nanotube mediated membrane extraction. Our next strand, research, positionality, and competence, content knowledge, Dr. Therese Ferguson Murray. She's a senior lecturer in the Education for Sustainable Development in the School of Education at the University of the West Indies Mona campus, Jamaica. Dr. Ferguson Murray serves as the program leader for Change from Within, a school-based initiative implemented by the School of Education that addresses violence and indiscipline through school culture change. She is the coordinator of the ESD working group with SOE and program coordinator for the Master of Education degree in Education for Sustainable Development, Global Citizenship, and Peace. Dr. Ferguson Murray has co-authored book, chapters, journal articles, and book reviews, and encyclopedia entries to her credit. Colleagues, without any further ado, let us welcome our first panelist, Dr. Camilla Hilton, who will present on social issues and the role of research.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. As I heard you reading those bios, I'm not sure what I did to deserve being a part of this most august body, but I must say thank you to AGRE for inviting me to be a part of this panel. And I want to also say congratulations on your 5th year of rebirth. And it really has been eye-opening being in this space. So I was asked then to look at social issues and the role of research. And if I may share my screen, I'm going to go ahead and do so. Are you seeing my screen?
Yes, we are.
Okay, excellent. So let me, pardon me a second. Let me just start. All right. And so I think that those pictures certainly say a lot. If we think about, so looking at the conference theme, reimagining research responsibilities. And if we agree with Laborie then that education is a social good, it implies that we have a duty to address these issues in society so that we can have a positive impact. And so I've just defined research broadly as an activity or a series of activities that provides answers to a question. And a social issue then is a problem that impacts a large number of individuals in society. So taking those two together, I thought about the most important social issues, which really was a difficult question, if I may say so. But if we agree then that it impacts a large number of people and not just a few, then these three popped up in my mind: the inequitable access in education, vaccine hesitancy, and crime and violence. And why did I pick these three? Well, we only need to take a look at what is happening around us, and nobody can argue that any one of these things has had an impact on us in some way, whether directly or indirectly. And so these are issues that I believe will actually impede our growth and development. These are the things that will prevent us from achieving those objectives that have been set out in Vision 2030. And so research then needs to be able to provide us with the high quality data, the information, the evidence that will allow us to make informed decisions that we hope will then result in positive outcomes. Now, education, there was this recent AGRE report, 2021, which essentially would have said because of the pandemic, the haves and the have-nots of technology have become the haves and have-nots of education. And they would have pointed to issues such as connectivity, access to devices, and the quality of the home environment. And so we have individuals in the lower socioeconomic class being disproportionately affected. Now, COVID, it's not as if these disparities did not occur prior to COVID. COVID has really only now just exacerbated the situation. And if we just look at these pictures, we can see the disparity. We have households in which students have access to high quality internet, adequate number of devices, and then we have those children who have not seen the classroom since March of 2020, I believe. And we have those students who have no interaction whatsoever. And so a number of questions are coming to the forefront. The extent of the learning loss, the psychosocial impact on our students, how have our students been, how have our teachers been impacted? And we even now need to go back to looking at teacher preparation. How have we prepared our teachers to function during these abnormal times? The other issue that came to my mind was crime. And of course, we only need to look at what is currently happening, the state of emergencies that have been recently reinstated. And if we look at this graph here on the left, we see that Jamaica actually has the highest homicide rate in Latin America and the Caribbean. And when we compare to other countries that have civil unrest, we are still way above those countries. And so the issue then becomes, I am finding as a researcher that there's a tendency for us to do these pieces of research in our ivory towers, and there is no connection with the actual individuals that are impacted. And so when I thought about whether or not there are examples of contextualized research that have been effective in addressing social issues in Jamaica, you notice I have a big question sign there, and I'll probably need to throw this out to the audience because I really couldn't come up with an example. And I suppose you would have to probably start at what were the objectives at the outset so that one can really determine what has been effective. But we only need to think about social issues that have been around since the 70s, since the 60s, and those are the same social issues that perpetuate in Jamaica. And so it led me thinking that we really have not been effective. And I believe that a large part of it as well is the fact that we tend to, as researchers, and I'm taking responsibility, we operate in our silos and we have these narrow views on how things should be looked at. But when it comes to social issues though, there must be the recognition that these are very complex, integrated issues that really require a multidisciplinary, collaborative approach if we are going to be effective in addressing these social issues. I have a lot more to say, but I need to leave room for the other panelists. So I'll stop there for now.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hilton. More than a mouthful, so much insight on this area that we often overlook. Social issues and the role of research can only illuminate the presence of the issues so that we can treat with same to become even more prepared. Thank you so much. We go now to our second panelist, Mr. Javon Neal, who will present on beyond traditional research methodologies. Mr. Neal, over to you.
Thank you. The photo voice method and its use in participatory action research were created by Carlin Wong and Marian Grace and applied first in the Ford Foundation supported women's reproductive health and development program in China in the early 1990s. Wong and Grace, 1997. The methodology is premised in the concept that images teach, pictures can influence policy, and community people ought to participate in creating and defining the images that shape helpful public policy. Wong, 1999. The sharing and interrogation of photos are used to give voice to those generally deemed to be voiceless, as it seeks to investigate, disrupt, and ultimately improve the structures and practices that often fail to meet the needs of diverse populations. London at 07, Zenkov, Pellegrino, et al., 2014. Photo voice has three main goals to enable people. So, one, record and represent their everyday realities. Two, promote critical dialogue and knowledge about personal and community strengths and concerns. And three, reach policymakers. 2006. The steps to conducting a photo voice project are one, and it is 13 steps by the way. One, to conceptualize a problem. Two, to devise the initial themes for taking pictures. Three, to define broader goals and objectives. Four, conduct photo voice training, which is teaching people how to take the pictures, the kinds of pictures that will be useful to the research and so on. Five, take pictures. Six, facilitate group discussion through which the unpacking and unearthing and analysis of the photos will take place to gather data. 7, to engage in critical reflection and dialogue. 8, select photographs for discussion. 9, context and storytelling. 10, codifying the issues, themes, and theories. 11, recruiting policymakers as audience to learn photo voice findings. And 12, to prepare photos and captions for presentation and reception. And 13, reaching policymakers, donors, media, researchers, and others who may be mobilized to create change, as the ultimate purpose of photo voice is to enhance change through the storytelling or the unpacking of the photo, the data gathered through the photos. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Neal. Quite a mouthful, but with those steps, those comprehensive steps for the Photo Voice project, we are so enlightened to this new concept. As you know, with the changing times with the pandemic and the shift, we have to embrace what we have and use the tools that are in our hands so that we have no limitations. And I thank you for that. We will move quickly now to Stephanie Sewell, who will present on the impact of COVID-19 on quality education. Over to you, Ms. Sewell. You're muted.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I apologize, I don't have a great presentation to display on the screen, but I'd still like to, spend a few minutes to talk about the question that was assigned to me, which was the impact of COVID-19 on quality education. And when I thought about this topic, the first thing that came to mind was really one of the other questions, which is really, what is quality education? And, following up from that, how has COVID affected our capacity to really deliver quality education? So one of the first things that comes to mind for me is, concepts of equity and inclusivity in terms of student access and engagement in student learning. I think of sustainability and relevance in terms of ensuring that what is being delivered is relevant to the context and that students are adequately prepared to be conscious individuals and contributors to the economy in future. So future earnings and future contributions. I also think about the environment that a child or an adult is in. So in addition to the physical resources, to what extent is a student comfortable and able to engage in the learning process? Quality teaching also comes to mind. And, you know, for me, that is ensuring that teachers are adequately trained, educated, and prepared to meet students' needs and adequately manipulate resources at their disposal to do so. And we heard in the last breakout session that this was a real challenge for teachers in terms of, you know, suddenly adapting to the expectations and the realities and the demands of online learning. So the research that I did, and I thank the previous presenter for mentioning it at Capri, the impact of COVID-19 on education, actually highlighted a few ways that these components were impacted and continue to be impacted, several of which just validates anecdotal evidence and ways that are publicly known. First, you know, we know that the closure of schools affected roughly 600,000 students in the education system. Student attendance, classroom engagement, and assessments were all affected, with the implication that children would not meet their grade relevant learning targets. We have the concern about learning losses, and we've seen these concerns borne out in the results of assessments such as, you know, with the CXC or the CSEC assessment results that came out this year, as well as even the assessments that were done for PEP students that showed that there were in fact reductions in students' performance over the year. Another thing to point out, especially as it comes on to, you know, discussions of, you know, equity and just general access to quality education, is that this pandemic disproportionately affected students of lower socioeconomic backgrounds. And as was quoted before, the haves and have-nots of technology have become the haves and have-nots of education, where students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds not only struggled with lesser access to devices, but also lesser access to technology, and also the concern of lower levels of digital literacy, which would have also affected their capacity to adequately engage in the learning process. Another thing that we should think about is the fact that students were not only affected in terms of the teaching and learning process, but also their physical and emotional health that has been compromised as a result of COVID, and understanding that in order to be fully engaged in the teaching and learning process, students have to be of good health and be in a safe environment, be in a healthy environment. We saw where students' health had been, you know, compromised in terms of their eyesight, in terms of increased levels of obesity, which was actually borne out in some focus groups, where principals and teachers reported that when students were coming in for assessments or, you know, to collect reports, etc., they saw some amount of weight gain, which was also validated in some other research that a group of Caribbean psychologists produced last year. But, you know, I think in terms of, you know, looking at how quality has been affected too, I think it is important to realize that over the past year and a half or so, there have been several improvements that have been made at the same time, especially as it comes on to improvements in the structure of online learning, and even in terms of the upskilling that teachers have been able to make, as well as in the administration of education over time, and students also having greater access to devices. I'm going to leave it there. I have 3 minutes, but I look forward to continuing this engagement in the question and answer segment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sewell, for underscoring those several aspects that contribute to the decline in quality education as we, you know, propose the equity for all as we navigate this pandemic. So I thank you for that, underscoring the points of your highlighting the learning loss and the teaching and learning aspect and the physical and emotional well-being that persons might have overlooked. So I thank you for that and for highlighting the aspect of Capri and the study that they conducted to illuminate us and make us more aware. We move now to Dr. Therese Ferguson-Murray, who will speak with us on research, positionality, and competence, content knowledge. Over to you, Doc.
Thank you so much. May I be allowed to just share 1 or 2 slides on screen? Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. So good afternoon again, everyone. And I really would like to thank the Association of Graduate Researchers in Education, for inviting me to share with you today. Let me begin by stating quite clearly and proudly that I am a qualitative researcher at heart, and thus, much of what I share with you today will be from a qualitative vantage point. So I want to begin by sharing 3 statements with you. The first, social interactions are at the heart of social research. The second, research represents a shared space shaped by both researcher and participants. As such, the identities of both researcher and participants have the potential to impact the research process. And then the third, research methodologies and methods cannot be value-free, because regardless of the research methodology or method employed, the reality researched can never be independent of the person researching it. So each of those statements highlights in their own way 2 central truths with respect to qualitative research and research in general. So firstly, the idea that interactions and relationships are at the heart of qualitative research. And secondly, and this is important for research in general, that research is not a value-free process. Over time, we've seen how perspectives about research have shifted and changed as we've seen a movement away from the idea that the research undertaking can be carried out independent of the context in which it is situated and independent of the researchers who have undertaken it. In qualitative research in particular, we know that the researcher is the quote-unquote instrument of data collection. And as a result, a multitude of factors, the researcher's beliefs, their political stance, their cultural background, so factors such as gender, race, class, socioeconomic status, educational background, all of those can influence the research process. And interestingly, of course, some of those facets are fixed, such as race, nationality, while others might be more fluid and contextual. This is where the notion of positionality enters in. Holmes outlines positionality as a term that describes both an individual's worldview and the position they adopt about a research task and its social and political context. Further, it's explained that the positionality that researchers bring to their research undertaking, or that they assume that these are the personal experiences that shape the research process. So aspects such as what researchers bring to those research encounters, their choice of processes, and their interpretation of the research findings. So why is this important? Why are we having this discussion today? I think I've highlighted 3 central reasons. Firstly, as Pittard shares with us, a researcher's ability to know another depends on their ability to know themselves. So in other words, self-awareness allows us as researchers to critically think about the ways in which our positionality may have influenced our research at the conceptualization, the execution, the interpretation, the dissemination, all stages. Secondly, it helps to ensure the trustworthiness of our research through the transparency and the honesty that positionality offers researchers and the readers of their research. And then thirdly, the acknowledgement of our positionality is very much a part of ethical research. And I just have one example here. For instance, acknowledging the power dynamics that can influence research and aspects such as, gaining informed consent is critical with respect to how we undertake an ethical research process. So I'm going to leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ferguson Murray, for highlighting to us the importance of self-awareness, positionality, and, you know, looking at the aspect of trustworthiness and the ethics where research is concerned, because we have to first to know and understand ourselves as we proceed with conducting research, whether qualitative or quantitative. Thank you so much. Once again, thank you to each panelist for putting forward your views. And I will now move to some questions for you as the discussion continues. So I encourage you, audience, to, you know, put your questions in the chat or your feedback, and we will try to address those when we get to that point. So Dr. Hilton, first question for you. What are the most important social issues that must be addressed immediately? Can you give us at least 4?
4, you're putting me on the spot with 4. But let's start off and see where we end up.
Okay,
as far as social issues are concerned, then, as I would have alluded to earlier, I would certainly have to indicate that the inequities in education, the inequitable access is definitely one issue. Crime and violence is another issue. And I feel that crime and violence actually encompasses a whole lot of other issues. And I would also have to, certainly in this time, we could not leave out vaccine hesitancy. That's also an issue because of the public health impact that is currently having in our state. And if we think about crime and violence, the situation in certain communities also then serves to further increase the disparities as far as access to education is concerned. Okay. And so the thing about a social issue is that it is complex, and there is not any one, and which is why our approach to them has to be multidisciplinary. Everything is connected. And we recognize that crime and violence will impact our psychosocial spaces, and that will affect an individual's ability to learn. That will affect the student's ability to get to school in certain spaces. And so I would really call that those 3 at this point in time.
Thank you.
The fourth one really isn't coming to me.
And we are satisfied with those 3 because we see the inequity and to the access and crime and violence and the vaccine hesitancy. And by way of extension, you did share the impact that the community can have for the students to get access, those who have to either be physically in their community for school or those who have to traverse through the communities that are that are being affected. Now, another question, why should research be done to address the issues identified? Your 3 issues. Why should we really do research to address the issues?
Well, we should do research because if we are accepting that the role of research is to provide answers, then we certainly want to be able to correct those issues. Then we need quality information, quality data, if we are to adequately address those matters. I would want to go a step further though. Research in its purest form is really step 1. Because once we have the answers, then there must be implementation. And I find that that is the lacuna, which is why there tends to be a lot of issues that go unaddressed despite the host of research that is out there. And so we have all this information floating around, and whether it is that we've not done a good job then of disseminating that information, of ensuring that it is a part of the policy discussions, but we must recognize that the research, the information that comes from it is step 1. We must then turn this into something actionable.
Thank you so much. So we're moving research to action. through various policies and you know, implementation of interventions that need to be put in place to remedy all of these findings. Thank you so much, Doc. Last question for you. What are some examples of contextualized research that have been effective in addressing social issues in Jamaica?
I would have to say that is the million-dollar question. I looked at the research that has been conducted on a number of issues, and I looked at things like colorism in Jamaica. I looked at things like homophobia in Jamaica, crime and violence in Jamaica, and somehow we're almost still at stage one, which would imply that the issues have not in fact been adequately addressed. And there was this IDB report, I believe, in 2017 that looked at all of the research that had, for example, been done on crime. And they indicated that there's definitely no shortage of research. The issue then became how things were implemented, how policies were developed, how things were done in a piecemeal fashion that then prevents us from having the effect that we would want to have. And so the short answer is I'm really unable to confidently say that there has been research that has effectively addressed any social issue. And I stand to be corrected, so I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much, Doc. I stand in agreement with you on that because, you know, we have the research, there's no lack thereof, but it's just adequately addressing these issues, you know. More research would not really be the problem, but putting the research into deeper action. Are there any questions? Thank you so much, Dr. Hilton. Thank you so much. Well covered as we look at the social issues and the role of research. So in summary, the social issues that present themselves. You know, we see where research has given us the data for us to make informed decisions, to put policies in place, to move these things to action for implementation to take effect. And we know that post-implementation, monitoring and evaluation is key to seeing that greater and lasting impact. Thank you again, Dr. Hilton. So I now move over to our next strand, beyond traditional research methodologies. Mr. Neil, your first question from me is, what non-traditional research methodology or methodologies have you explored?
I have explored the photo voice methodology. And in a nutshell, I would have provided an overview earlier, but in a nutshell, what it is that my team of co-researchers and I utilize the photo voice method to explore the experiences of adult learners in a higher education institution in Jamaica. And how we did that was to have these learners take photos and submit photos based on prompts that would have been presented to them. And we would have then interrogated those images to devise meaning, share with each other our perspectives as it concerns the interpretation of those photos, to see how we could have, one, utilized those images or the meanings of those images in relation to the prompts to push for policy-making changes in the recommendations that we would have arrived at towards the end of the research.
Thank you so much. So then, what has been your experience in exploring a non-traditional research methodology?
It was both interesting and enlightening. So it facilitated relief during the pandemic. It was very therapeutic in nature as we became vulnerable and we unburdened ourselves as we shared our processed our emotions. So the sessions were held via Zoom And well, most of us had never met each other before in person or even virtually. And so when we became a part of the group, we were very shy. But as we progressed into the research, we recognized that we had similar issues or similar challenges as we shared our photos, and we shared similar photos in responding to the prompts. And we had similar realities, despite the fact that we were living in different spaces and coming from different backgrounds. And some of us, after a while, became vulnerable. As a matter of fact, most of us became vulnerable as we started to share with our experiences with the group, as we unpacked our realities within the group and within the sessions. And that in and of itself lended to a community of support being provided to us during the pandemic, as we became pillars of support for each other within this group, as we shared our experiences and our realities through the deconstruction of the images that we would have shared in response to the prompts. And together we would have co-constructed solutions as participants in the research process in response to the prompts, again, leading towards that objective to the end, which was to arrive at meaningful recommendations that could be used to create or change policy.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Very comprehensive. Is there any attendee who would like to pose a question to Mr. Neal at this time surrounding the traditional research methodologies? No questions. Okay. I'm a little curious though, Mr. Neal, what of those responses that were not related to the prompts, were they used or discarded, or any interpretations garnered from them?
Yeah, we interrogated all the images, if not most of the images that would have been presented to us as a group, and even those that were not necessarily remotely involved in relation to the prompt. People would have found meanings in them and could have probably related to the sentiments being shared in those images as well. And so we would have still unpacked and discussed them at length through critical analysis and so on, and just increasing our awareness of what is happening, one in that person's lives and how, that person's life, and how it would have impacted on us as members of that group, as a co-participant in the research.
Very good, very good, very insightful indeed. So then we realize that there are several pros and cons of utilizing non-traditional research methodologies. So with this greater awareness, persons would look to embrace such methodologies. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we go now to Dr. Ferguson Murray. As it relates to research, positionality, and competence relating to content knowledge, can you tell us who is and what makes a researcher?
Sure. All right. So that's really an interesting question. I think if we think about just this entire day and we think about all of the different presenters, we can identify so many facets of what makes someone a good researcher. But if I had to choose some elements, some characteristics, I would probably highlight the following. So one of the key things is an individual who is curious, someone who is always asking questions, someone who always wants to know more, the why, the what, the how come, right? So that curiosity has to be a critical facet of it. And then along with that, someone who is a lifelong learner. So a number of the presenters that you've had today, they have completed, their graduate studies, yet they are still undertaking research because they have that innate drive. They know that there's always something more to learn, always something more to know, whether it's about the issues and phenomena that interest them as individuals, or, the issues and phenomena that interest their fellow colleagues and their peers. So a lifelong learning habit frame of mind is essential. And then self-confidence. So someone who has confidence in their own abilities, their work, the research process and product, right? Knowing that they can do this, they can undertake research that is meaningful, research that is relevant to their own institutional and individual contexts and the wider society. And then I think I would just highlight two more. So the penultimate, resilience and perseverance. So anyone, and I think everyone here can attest to this, who has carried out research at any stage knows that it takes time, knows that it is a formidable process. So that means that you have to be an individual who is willing to stay the course, who's in it for the longevity. You know, when gatekeepers may stall progress or get in the way, when you have to analyze those large or voluminous data sets, when you're writing up the research. So resilience and perseverance is key. And then the final characteristic I would probably highlight is communication skills. So it's wonderful to carry out research and to carry out meaningful research, but for it to truly have meaning, it needs to be shared. So it needs to be shared, whether it is, you know, orally in a context such as this, a conference, a forum, a workshop, or whether it's in a written format. And for that, you need to be able to effectively, clearly communicate your research findings to a diverse group of audiences. So I think that is what those elements I would highlight.
Excellent. Those elements indeed are very critical as we move to improve our research positionality and competence and content knowledge. Thank you so much. We're moving now to Stephanie Sewell. Ms. Sewell, first question for you. How should we, well, I know you define quality education, so I won't ask you that question, but what are the key components or pillars that you think make that good of quality education?
All right, thank you for the questions. I know that I defined it earlier, and I did try and address quality education a bit in my presentation, but I just want to add that no more than ever, I think providing quality education really relies on the resources and the quality of the resources that we're providing and that are made available in teaching, learning, and assessment processes. So these would be like the physical resources that complement or enable communication and exchange between teacher and pupil, and that really determines how much information is exchanged. So in terms of the components, I mean, I think that would really go back to what I mentioned earlier, which is, you know, components like, I think the resources, I think the physical environment are really important components to quality education, but also I think quality teaching is an important component of quality education. You're muted.
Sorry. What would you say are the major shifts and how do we perceive them in this state of the pandemic?
Why there are so many major shifts. It's really difficult to, you know, select 2 or 3, but I think that just generally how we perceive, practice and deliver quality education have all shifted. Most Jamaican schools had never been exposed to e-learning before, at least not to the extent that they're, you know, they would be prepared for full remote learning right now. My research actually found that there were a few schools, predominantly in corporate Jamaica, who had begun experimenting with e-learning, but again, not to the extent that they'd be prepared for full remote learning. So it's clear that our perception of the physical dwelling of school has changed, or just generally what the idea of attending school is. So, you know, in terms of before, you know, needing a certain amount of time to prepare to physically be present in a school and the preparation time, as to now students just being able to attend school from the comfort of their room. But, you know, it also changes what we perceive presence and engagement to be And that is still being figured out, whether it's, students having to have their mics on, whether it's students having to have their uniform on. So questions like those are still really yet to be answered as it really shifts from school to school. I think the expectations of teaching and even quality teaching have changed, and they're now measured not so much by, the student teachers' capacity to maintain discipline in a classroom and engage students that are physically present, but now rather how they can manipulate technology and how they can use it to engage students from behind a screen. So practice and delivery of quality education has also experienced a similar shift. And I think that, the way that we assess students has taken a really creative turn. And students, are now in some cases flourishing more than before, in terms of students who are very tech savvy or students who just function better when they're not in a physical space, whether it has to do with social anxiety or otherwise. I remember one teacher in a focus group also admitting that because of COVID-19 and remote learning, a lot of the lessons had to really become even more student-centered, with them using, flipping the classroom as the main approach, soliciting more interactions and engagement and presentations from students. So that's greater agency of the student and their own creativity also coming out in finding ways to present information via virtual means.
Thank you so much. That's more than a mouthful, and we anchor that on all that will be done to improve student outcomes based on all of those areas of insight that you have shared. And we see where the flipping of the classrooms, as you mentioned, has augured well for some students who had varying challenges, and it has opened up the doors for others. And so it's a multiplicity of things that we have seen evolving at this time. At this time, thank you so much again, Ms. Tuel. Thank you to all our panelists. Are there any questions? I know there was a question in the chat for Dr. Hilton, and she responded to that question. Are there any other questions? The floor is open to anyone with questions. I think that is, what would I say? That's a wrap. Well said, panelists. Thank you so much. I think the silence means consent that we will, close off our panel discussion, and we thank you for the various insights as we put into perspective the 4 content strands for the conference. And we look forward now to move to the vote of thanks, seeing that we have no questions for our panelists. Thank you.
Madam Moderator, Stephanie's hand is raised.
Am I not seeing it? Stephanie?
I just lowered it because I realized that we were moving to the vote of thanks, but I just want to, and it may be out of line, but I just want to fully declare that I am in support of schools reopening. And I should have mentioned in the presentation that I don't really think that quality education is really being received or delivered to all of our students right now. And, I know that this is not me saying that remote learning, should be completely, thrown out of the window. I just think that schools should be given some amount of flexibility to determine what works best for them, especially given that we live in a predominantly low-tech society, not just in terms of access to devices, but also in terms of digital literacy. So just to, co-sign my support for a resumption of face-to-face classes as we strive to deliver quality education. Thank you, and sorry for interrupting there.
Thank you for that. Thank you so much. So colleagues, over to the vote of thanks, and thank you once more.
colleagues, good afternoon. There is a delay in with my device, but Tamara should be joining us shortly for the vote of thanks.
All right. So colleagues, good afternoon. Thanks, Mr. Clark. So in your delay, that would give me the awesome opportunity to say thanks. So I know I was given 5 minutes, and in the grand scheme of things, 5 minutes might seem a lot, but with the volume of work that went into the successful staging of this conference, 5 minutes seems like a drop in the bucket, but I'm usually one for succinctness and shortness. So I'd like to thank several persons for the successful staging of this biennial conference. So under the theme, Reimagining Research Responsibilities, Quality Education, and the Use of Research During Abnormal Times. Now, there are quite a few persons who did work behind the scenes and at the forefront, and we like to give them thanks. So I'd like to start by thanking the School of Education at the University of the West Indies, under whose patronage the Association for Graduate Researchers in Education fall. I'd also like to thank, and forgive me in my thanks, I'll be using some of the discussions and the conversations that came out in the WhatsApp group. So yes, we thank the SOE for their stalwart support, but I'd also like to thank our faculty advisors. One of them was referred to as the AGRE mom, and I thought that was a really fitting designation for Dr. Carmel Roof, who has really been pushing this effort and supporting persons, the guidance that she has given. We also like to thank Mr. Miguel Ison. Their passion is infectious, and so it made us want to do things. We would also like to thank the executive team of AGRE. They have been working. The conference booklet will tell you as much. You will see the different teams that were formed and how they all pull together in their different silos to get this thing done, and then to present what you're seeing coming off as a well-oiled machine. And it could not have been done without their work. Onto the conference booklet, beautiful, and credit must be given to all those persons who worked extremely hard in getting this out. We'd like to thank our guest speakers. We have Dr. Dini. I will not butcher her last name. Thank you so very much. Dr. Saran Stewart, always the effervescent, enthusiastic presenter that we know her to be. Thank you so much for putting that colonial spin to our presentation. Our panelists, I found them to be so down to earth in how they guided us through the whole process, the guidance that they gave through the whole process of breaking down the theme for the conference. We really appreciate that, the practical nature of it. Ms. Johnson, in absentia, from the Ministry of Education, thank you for your greeting, and of course, the continued support to research in education. Now, this conference would not have been possible without you or presenters. Thank you so very much. I know it wasn't an easy task. It wasn't easy for you to not only do the research, prepare, and manage the nerves as you come here and you give of yourself. We really, really appreciate it. You are participants. You have been very attentive. You have been asking the questions. You have been there with us. And it is your being here that provided us with that rich experience. There's so many other persons who are behind the scenes. And again, I said I'm going to use some of the discussions that are happening. Our fellow AGRE members, I'm using this opportunity to thank you for the support. I noted in a conversation yesterday, there's constant back and forth. Persons were expressing their nervousness, and you calmed our spirits. You allayed our fears. You made us know that we got this, and you have our support. So everyone at the forefront and behind the scenes, we thank you so very much for this enriching, engaging experience. It was a long day, but a day filled with intellectual fodder that we can go off and continue to be excited about research and to look forward to the next opportunity like this. So thank you very much all who shared in behind the scenes and at the forefront, and we look forward to your continued support. Well done, AGRE. Congratulations. Thank you. All right, so Mr. Clark, it's over to you for the final words.
Thank you so very much, Tamara, for moving the vote of thanks. And I too would like to add my thanks to all attendees in various capacities who've attended the session. We are indeed grateful. In closing, I will start with one of the pieces of literature that we looked at in our initial presentation. And the thought came from Creswell, who believes that research generally follows three principles. One, it's about asking a question. Two, finding ways or information or data to answer that question. And three, sharing your findings. And so if we take that principle or that idea into our daily lives or into our practices as educators, then it means that we ought to be doing research just by asking a question. I would like to use this opportunity to share with you that the Association of Graduate Researchers is indeed grateful that you have spent an entire day with us. We are still over 40 strong. At one point, we were over 60 participants in the session. We are appreciative of your time to be with us. The AGRE remains committed to its mandate to improve education, educational research, and to improve what we have been doing. In fact, we have been so busy planning for this conference that we did not even realize that we are in our 5th year of rebirth. It was the other day Dr. Ruth and I were speaking, and that is when it dawned on us that we actually should have celebrated our 5th year of rebirth in October. But we are grateful that you have been with us on this journey. And it does not matter at what point you started this journey with us. We are grateful to have you on board. What you have seen today is just, I would call it amazing work by dedicated individuals, by individuals who were shy or nervous, by individuals who have decided to take that bold step to moderate a session, to present at a conference. Some individuals, it's their first conference. We are grateful. We are here to support you throughout your journey as researchers. The different teams, very dynamic teams. As Samara said, some individuals have been working behind the scenes. Some you have been seeing them. But I want to say a big thanks to every individual, no matter how minute the contribution was, that you have given in support of this conference. And lastly, I will say to you, so be sure to continue with us on our journey as an association. Follow us on Facebook, follow us on Instagram. When we do our PD sessions, be sure to join us. We are really passionate about research. We're really passionate about empowering individuals. And I think we look forward to further engaging you as we move together in this thrust to improve education through research. Thank you so very much, colleagues. There is another video that I would like to share, but before I do so, I would open the floor for general comments. I see some popping up in the chat, but for general comments that you may want to share before we close out this afternoon.
Greetings. I must say, wonderful day. I was at the inaugural conference, and that in itself was so interesting. But we have added so many components to this one. I'm now looking forward to the 2-day conference.
Thank you, Elaine.
If I can add my own touch here. I know that yourself and Ruthann spoke in the opening about sink or swim. And I want to say that AGRE is not just merely swimming, AGRE is flying. Yeah. We're not just existing in the water. No, we've taken off to another stratosphere. So kudos to everyone again who helped, who presented. Being online this way for a young association, this could have been difficult in so many ways, but everybody chipped in, everyone helped. And all of those big name presenters we had, people gave up their time, to be here with us and to stay the whole day in some cases. Thank you so much. We're looking forward to the after conference party. Yeah, it's being held in your houses. Yeah. All right. Blessings all, blessings.
I think now would be an appropriate time to invite attendees to perhaps just turn on your cameras so we can see who you are. In fact, as an executive body in our second year of office, we have never met face to face. This team was elected in the pandemic and we have been working virtually since then. We've had so many late meetings on Saturdays. Some of us don't like Saturdays, but we put out the effort to ensure that whatever we do, you benefit from it and to make education impactful. So I invite you to turn on your cameras so we can see who you are. And of course, we can lime a bit.
Me, wrestling with my thoughts, is that still with me? Isolated and quarantined, still I believe that Jah is with me. What will this new world be like without a simple hug, so tight and warm and snug? What will this new life be like without a simple kiss? Jah knows I hate to miss. Love is a vaccination, stronger than medicine, could never be a sin. Jah, Jah, please intervene. World leaders trying to lead, you've got the remedy, healing. We need the healing, healing. Can't you feel it? Oh, healing. We need the healing, 'cause the world is bruised and bleeding. What will this new world be like without being with your friends and the family gathering? What will this new life be like? We have to separate, can't even celebrate. Love is a vaccination, stronger than medicine, could never be a sin. Jah, Jah, please intervene. World leaders trying to lead, you've got the remedy, healing. We need a healing, healing. Can't you feel it? Oh, healing. We need a healing, 'cause the world is bruised and bleeding. this new world be like without being with your friends and the family gathering? What will this new life be like without being with your friends and the family gathering? Jah, Jah, please intervene. World leaders trying to lead. You've got the remedy, healing. We need the healing, healing. Get defeated, oh, healing. We need the healing, 'cause the world is bruised and bleeding. Healing, we need the healing, healing. Can't you feel it? Oh, healing. We need the healing, 'cause the world is bruised and bleeding. 'Cause the world is bruised and bleeding. 'Cause the world is bruised and bleeding. Healing.
And that was colleagues Horace Mason, a lecturer at St. Joseph's Teachers College, who did that rendition for us, and again, specific to the conference. Once again, thank you so very much for having joined us at this conference. We wish for you a very good afternoon, a very good evening, and we want to say that we wish for you all the very best. Thank you.
Well done, team. Welcome. Awesome job, everyone. Bye.
Everyone, very good and smooth conference.
Music select, good music.